Let's not wait for things to come to us. Let's go out and really be courageous. Let's be innovative. Let's understand that the degrees that we've earned, that our parents really worked hard for us to be able to get in this companies that we're working for, that we deserve to be there.
Are we really coaching each other? We are always complaining that we are outnumbered. But what are we doing about it? How are we fast-tracking the multiplication? So I just want you to ask yourself that question. What coaching are you doing, or what coaching are you receiving? Did you ask for help? Because in my view, that's the way that we can move forward together.
When there are problems, we are very quick, some of us, to say, no, we are emigrating. We throw the tantrum and, nothing works here. And I think as a country, we need to reflect on this thing. How do we respond to this for the next generation? What is it that we are not getting right? Issues of corruption, yes, let's deal with them. But we cannot, therefore, give up on ourselves.
So we need the long-term view, we need the planning, but we should not wait for a leader to bring everybody together. It has to be more like a bottom-up, decentralized coalition. And I believe in platforms, and those platforms, and this is a new skill to learn. Companies need to be more extrovert. Government needs to be more extrovert and learn how to work in coalitions.
We are sometimes our worst enemies. We're very full of self-doubt. We want everything to be perfect. All the ducks must be in a row, and then we can take them. So we need to learn. I think we maybe to take risks.
Currently hold the role of CEO in ULP. That just means I'm your Chief Experience Officer. So we're going to give you a time of your life today. And just to kick it off, I started working for this organization about 12 years ago. And I was much sexier at that time. So if you can look at your neighbor and say, this guy was once sexy, and clap hands for me, I appreciate it. It will really help. I failed in my modeling career, but I am. Let me start by telling you a little bit about ULP and what we do, and I'm not going to take long. I'm going to be hopefully 2 minutes exactly, and I'm going to ask my brother Linda, who's from our partner in PowerWorks, to come tell you a little bit more about what we do, and from there I'll come back, and then I'll introduce Miss Ntato. Too many same names in this organization. I'll introduce Miss Ntato Minyuku, and we'll kickstart our program today. ULP is a program which started, as I said, about 12 years ago now. And to give a foundation to what we're trying to do here is that, Babakhatev and I used to travel a lot and doing speaking engagement. One of the questions that we always encountered was, what are you doing for transformation? And the answer would always be limited to, I mentor this guy, I mentor that guy, I mentor this guy. And not that there was anything wrong with that, but we then saw a gap that existed between executives and those who are executive hopefuls, if I can put it. And so we thought about how or what if we had almost like a bulk mentorship program, which can kickstart some of the relationships which could last longer. And in the, okay, here comes the Honorable Advocate Mujanku. Yeah. Yes. I have to stop there. I have to stop. So we then thought of this concept, and we came up obviously with ULP. ULP just means unleashing leadership potential. So we hope you're here so that we unleash your potential, whether it's in leadership, whether it's in oil and gas, whether it's in some of the other programs we do. That's really the fundamental of what we do. But we also wanted to do it at a scale where we feel we don't want to give to people making them feel like we are giving. And that's why we are your Chief Experience Officer. We want to be able to contribute to this country in a very excellent manner. And excellency defines everything that we do. I was saying to Mam Thandi Olin that she'll probably block our emails after this, because we constantly go back to those that have partnered with us in the past and keep begging them to come back, because we think we're on a journey. It's not a one-day event thing. And in the last couple of years, we were, I don't know how Babkhatebe did it, but he bribed us Priscilla to become the patron of this thing. And took us Priscilla to one of the big boardrooms there at Sasso, and wined and dined there to take this up. And we thank you, us Priscilla, for taking the leadership of this thing. And one of the first things us Priscilla did was to introduce us to Ntato Minyuku, who I then met with. And after meeting with Baba Khatebe, I'm like, yo, I met this lady. Yeah, she's really amazing. Baba Khatebe said, I met her at an airport in somewhere in Europe, and she screamed for my name from the other side of the... So if you want to experience something today, she's here. You'll feel it yourself. But we don't do this alone. We've been fortunate so that we can be able to deliver in excellence. We do have people that have supported us today, Nozala being one. This is our 5th Women in Energy over the last 5 years summit. We've got EWCTA, we've got WASA, we've got Fuel Retailers Association, and we've got Wakamamas in 4 ways that have supported us. And like I said, we partnered with EmpowerWorks, and EmpowerWorks is going to come right after this video that we're going to play. They're going to say a few words. We'll give you a video about women in energy, and hopefully that's just 10 minutes as people come in. And then I'll come back to introduce Miss Ntato Minyuku. Foundation of where we're going from here. Tell you a story, and Linda, you can prepare yourself to come. About 3 or 4 years ago, we had the second, or it was between the second or the third Women in Energy. Babkhatebe stood here and told the Excel story. And we were wowed. We thought, yo, this is amazing. And as many of us were wowed, when he finished, this one lady stood up and said, towards the end, and said, we heard the stories, they are very nice, and we see what you guys have achieved and what you guys have done. So we're telling about the BP Women Development Bank deal, the Tosako, all those deals that happened in the past. And this lady at the end said, we've heard you, and those presentations were nice, but it means the train has left. And we were not on the train. And from that day, we said, how can we retrospectively go back and say, no, the train has not left, but there are other trains which are coming. And today is one of those trains which we think other people can get on, the hydrogen train. Because we knew that many people had wholesale licenses and the focus had been there. But to tell you the truth, that place is pretty much congested, and we're hoping that we can give and enlighten people to other types of opportunities within this industry. So I hope with that foundation, you'll understand what we're trying to do when we say we'll be discussing opportunities within renewables and hydrogen, because we still believe that that train is currently at the platform now. If it leaves, it's left. We don't know after this. But we hope that you will gain something. Thank you for your privilege of your time, for spending your day here, and we hope we're going to have a very fruitful engagement. And as soon as Ms. Ntato Minyuku starts, I think the program will kick off. But let me hand over to Linda after this video to come say a few things.
Good evening, everybody. As you can tell, I'm not a video. Video's still coming. But yes, my name is Linda Yende, and I'm from EmpowerWorks. I think it's an absolute honor and a privilege to be standing here, to be sharing the stage with all these amazing people. We've partnered with ULP, obviously one of our properties being Empower Women. But today I'm going to have a quick chat with you about Empower Youth, which is something we hold very close to our hearts and one which I'm hoping will share our passion with you as soon as they play the video. Yes? No? All right, okay, so they're still battling with the video. But in the meantime, I think I'll speak about a little bit about what that's all about. The video showcases one of our properties, as I mentioned, a property called Empower Youth. And we've been doing this for a good 6 years down in Orange Farm. At least once a year, we'd go. It actually started as a June 16 kind of initiative. You know how it is. We remember that we were once youth during June 16. So, we'd go there and we'd share our inspirational stories with the young people and just kind of feel good, make them feel good, walk away feeling warm and fuzzy as well. But the truth is, as time passes, you realize that there's actually a bit more that you could be doing. And that's when we started rolling this out into a bigger program where we literally bring industry to the youth, township youth, peri-urban youth. And we have access to giants in industries who are able to come in, speak to the young people, tell them all about what is out there. There's so many people who probably became teachers and doctors or teachers and social workers because they had no access to other careers. They had no access to other types of possibilities out there. And that's a big part of what Empower Youth is all about. We're out there trying to say there's so much more out there. However, with the people that we partner with, we also then say, please, apart from just coming in and just, talk and chalk and then walking away, or inspiring the young people and then leaving them and going, please come through with some opportunities for these young people. Make some opportunities available, whether you have scholarships, whether you have learnerships, whether you have incubations, job opportunities, etc. I think the video's ready. Yes? Yeah. All right. Okay. I'm very cognizant of the time because Theo said that he's going to speak for 2 minutes and I have 8 minutes. That's what he said. Now, by his maths, his 2 minutes was a good 8 minutes long, so I'm going to be here until lunchtime, guys. All right, let's check out the video. Thanks.
Walk your journey in your own lane at your own pace. The popcorn, they get at the same time. Go panning, how the poppy at the same time. Mara, they are popper.
We will anchor and take care of the costs for the tents, the food, and everything that will make this happen.
Do you know how I know you received it before you got here? Because you told your mind, I don't know where I'm going, but I'm not coming back the same person.
And I've already spoken to the youth unit in the presidency. We must be part of the preparations for next year.
In 2020, during COVID,
we became Edweek's top 100 fastest growing business in the world.
And I really appreciate the platforms and the engagement, and we're looking forward to partnering with you, because in you we see not only the future of Orange Farm, but the future of the country. Thank you.
And can you give me, out of these 5 young people that must go into ICT, I will give them bursaries.
The things that change our lives are not big things. They're the things that are right in front of you.
To migrate from being humankind to being kind humans. I'm going to be forcing my officials, talking to my colleague Minister Nzimande, that a concrete program comes out of this place.
Then as young people, it's up to you to dream big and think about what opportunity is that a particular threat creating for you.
The young people by more Orange Farm, we're not going to leave you behind. We are putting down money that's going to help you with digital skills. Committee 1.4 million.
Farm Empower Youth Transformation Program might just be its saving grace.
Empower Youth Week will hold a summit in Orange Farm, south of Johannesburg, to empower the youth.
Empower Works is playing their role in ensuring that youth are not left behind.
We offer a range of financial as well as non-financial support to young people across, sectors that speak to development.
Thank you so much. I love that video. I think it speaks volumes. It says a lot about not only where we've come from and where we're going, but also what we're actually doing, what it is that we're looking for. I'm not even going to go through the entire presentation. I think, more than anything, what I'm hoping for, what I'd like for us to take out of this is, as we go through today's program, as we speak about women in energy and all that, please keep in the back of your mind the existence of Empower Youth, because from those youth will come future women leaders. So, what are we looking for? What do we need? What we need more than anything, I'm sure you saw, there's a lot of names, there's a lot of luminaries, a lot of people representing their companies coming in and saying, you know what, this is what we as a company are putting on the table for the youth. Empower Youth is happening in Orange Farm. That's where we started in May. But we are taking it across the country. In October, it will be in Giyani. Beginning of next year, we'll be in Ulundi. In March next year, we will be in the Northwest, in Mafikeng. And by the end of 2024, we will have done all 9 provinces. So we are always looking for people to partner with, whether you're coming on board as a speaker, to come impart your knowledge, to come speak about all these things that you are knowledgeable about, that you're able to share with the youth, but also just the ability to come in and talk to you, and give young people some opportunities. Come in and say, you know what, there are careers open in our field. This is how you go about getting into them, etc., etc. Those are the big things. There's nothing, grandiose about it. We're hoping that through our engagements with one another, my colleagues are here, I am here, we'll be able to just exchange some details with you so that we keep in touch and we're able to, partner with you in future endeavors as well. Empower Women in Energy is where it's all starting today, but it'll be it'll be part of a much bigger picture as we sort of take some of this and put it into youth programs. We've got another video coming up, and that's actually it on my side, but there is a video that's coming through right now for Empower Women, yeah? Awesome. Thank you so much. And that's it. That's all on my side. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your time.
Let's not wait for things to come to us. Let's go out and really be courageous. Let's be innovative. Let's understand that the degrees that we've earned, that our parents really worked hard for us to be able to get in the companies that we're working for, that we deserve to be there.
Are we really coaching each other? We are always complaining that we are outnumbered. But what are we doing about it? How are we fast-tracking the multiplication? So I just want you to ask yourself that question. What coaching are you doing, or what coaching are you receiving? Did you ask for help? Because in my view, that's the way that we can move forward together.
When there are problems, we are very quick, some of us, to say, no, we are emigrating. We throw the tantrum and, nothing works here. And I think as a country, we need to reflect on this thing. How do we respond to this for the next generation? What is it that we are not getting right? Issues of corruption, yes, let's deal with them. But we cannot, therefore, give up on ourselves.
So we need the long-term view, we need the planning, but we should not wait for a leader to bring everybody together. It has to be more like a bottom-up, decentralized coalition. And I believe in platforms, and those platforms, and this is a new skill to learn. Companies need to be more extrovert. Government needs to be more extrovert and learn how to work in coalitions.
We are sometimes our worst enemies. We're very full of self-doubt. We want everything to be perfect. All the ducks must be in a row, and then we can take them. So we need to learn. I think we maybe to take risks, because we do not take risks.
We all have women's networks, but we are not caucusing and orchestrating as the leaders of these networks. And besides just leading, it speaks to being able, coming with these networks to lobby.
Your contribution cannot just be that I'm a female and I've got a credit line. And the reason why skills matter, like in anything in your life, if you're going to invest in anything, you must guard that investment.
If it was me, based on now understanding things now, I would continue running my business, but I would use this opportunity to build the relationships for when this takes off.
We are best positioned to be the future producer for hydrogen. However, we'll have to take bold steps. We will have to collaborate with one another. different stakeholders are actually required to move this opportunity forward. And we'll have to join those forces to move it forward. We will have to take ownership as Africans to come up with Africa solutions.
Really glad to have been here with some experts, people who've done the research that's needed, and also people who are really posing provocative questions around how deliberate are we around the inclusion of our female population as these new economies are then thought of to impact the sector.
I'm really, really impressed and inspired by what Mr. Khadibe has done with this unleashing leadership potential, more specifically for women. For me, it just shows his commitment on developing the girl child and actually wanting to make gender issues very mainstream.
We need to be very intentional to effect systemic change in order to ensure that the hydrogen economy is in the hands of women.
Me, because I said I took a bit of time earlier on. So let me not take more of your time. And I'm going to do a simple thing. Mine is to firstly tell you about the health and safety. In the unlikely case of a fire, as I say in a plane, we do have ushers who are going to usher you out, so don't panic. We've got quite a few exits. We'll open them up, and the ushers will take you out. I promise you we've got enough people here. If you do feel pressed and you need to visit almost a laboratory, the bathrooms or ablution facilities, they are on the other side of what we call ULP House. If everyone says you need to go to ULP House, this is the house, we call it ULP House. But the ushers will then direct you, and I think we've got adequate signs for that. I'm obviously not an oil and gas person, so I don't know how you do your health and safety. But Ntatu, where I didn't arrive, you'll help me there. Let me first talk about Ntatu, who's going to be our facilitator today. And then before I introduce us, Priscilla, I'm going to ask us to stand for the national anthem. Don't worry, I'm buying a few seconds as people are walking in. It's very difficult to introduce Ntatu because Ntatu puts us to order very quick. We can be very sexist in our views. We're still trying to get rid of our toxic masculinity, as they say. But I was in touch. She's currently with ESCOM. She's been there for 2 years. She's in government relations, stakeholder engagement, and regulatory affairs. A few months ago, I watched her in the portfolio, in the parliament portfolio, going to feedback, and there was a little bit of commotion, and she was right next to it. I felt sorry for her reaction, but it's okay. She's also the chairperson of South African Maritime Safety Authority. She facilitates all of our Empower Women in Energy forums. She's the vice president of South African Commonwealth Association of Players. This word Commonwealth, planners, sorry. I was looking at Commonwealth because of recent developments. She spent 7 years at Shell, having been the country manager for government relations there, and the list goes on. She has a master's from Wits Business School in energy leadership. She studied an MA at the University of Cape Town and a Bachelor of Actuarial Sciences. Did you do actuarial studies? Oh, architectural studies. Jeez, don't know a lot about thingy. But she's a very good, I think she's over the years become a friend and a family to us. and we appreciate her dedicating this. I mean, I said to her, it's going to be a long day. I think we must get 2 facilitators. And she said, no, Theo, I'll handle it. And for that, we appreciate you, my sister. So if you can indulge us for quite a, yes, please do. Don't be fooled by the good looks. If you can indulge me and stand for a bit as we say our national prayer and national anthem. Thank you. You may sit down. Thank you so much. One of the most beautiful songs ever written in our lifetime. Let me introduce our patron. You know, someone said she's impressed about what Baba Khatebe has been able to achieve over the years with ULP. But is indeed, if it wasn't for the people that have partnered with us, the people that serve ULP are really volunteering, and those that take on burdens which they don't necessarily have to, like Ms. Priscilla Mabalani, we wouldn't be where we are today. Not only supporting us with their resources, but supporting us with their presence. And to be here amongst the people, we really appreciate that. So our patron is Ms. Priscilla Mabalani. And please, if you are typing that Ms. Priscilla Mabalani is here on social media, may I warn you that you add an H to Priscilla, okay? It's not with an A. She takes offense to that. Ms. Priscilla Mabalani is a chartered accountant and a consummate financial professional. She's currently the Executive Vice President of Energy Business at Sasol Limited and was previously CEO of BP South Africa. She has served as a CFO of Airport Company of South Africa and a tax director at Ernst & Young. Ask Priscilla, you may have to help with some tax issues after here. She has held various roles in finance, tax, and in general management at Eskom Holding Limited. Hopefully the questions about load shedding will be posed to other people. She is now responsible of the upstream and downstream gas and activities, as well as the distribution, marketing, and sales of liquid fuels in South Africa as part of a role at Sasol Limited. That's the role that led to Baba Khatebe losing his hair. She holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree with an honors from the University of Natal. She holds various postgraduate qualifications, which includes the Advanced Management Program offered by Harvard Business School. Ms. Priscilla Mabalani has broad international leadership experience, having served as non-executive director of the board of Standard Bank Limited and Vodacom, amongst a few. Ms. Priscilla, with those words and to humbly thank you for what you've done for us over the last couple of years. I do introduce you. And if you can indulge us, please, with your cell phone, if you can put them on silent, we'd really appreciate it. I think the program officially starts now. Thank you for your time.
Much for blessing us with your presence, and I always credit my experience and career growth to Eskom, and I'm one of those young, naive individuals from the rural Limpopo who had an advantage of being the seed that you planted and the courage that it took in disrupting the norm. So I'll forever be indebted to that. Mama Thandi, thanks as well for being here. You've been with me for over 10 years in different journeys as I started my career in the energy sector in BP, coached, supported, seen me cry at times, and have always been there because, as we all know, companies and corporates are brutal, but it's always good to have anchors and mentors that support us. I think before I start, it's important for me to start by recognizing Mama Joyce in her absence. And as we all know, she has actually enabled us to be able to enjoy this beautiful facility, but fundamentally to have the undeserved opportunity to suck so much out of Ndate Hadebe. So Maurice, I know you would not have been able to do that without the girls and Mama Joy's support, and she is our inspiration. Sorry, Maurice. So with that, I've officially opened today's session with those thank you. But let's start by just recognizing a year ago when we started talking about the green economy. At the time, we were going through a lockdown, and with that lockdown, what it has actually done, it has actually amplified the socioeconomic implications associated with discrimination in our world. We've seen gender-based violence increase substantially, impacting women and the youth. At the same time, we've seen youth unemployment increasing substantially. And as you all know, I really like Michelle Obama's quotes. And in some of those quotes, she actually mentioned that no country will ever prosper if it disadvantages the women and 50% of its economy. I'm summarizing it. With that, it is now profound and the right time for us to ensure that we enable our continent and our country to prosper. To do that, we have to take advantage of the changing landscape and the opportunities that the green economy is providing us. I certainly believe that the advisories and the pains of the COVID and some of the war that we see globally in terms of the geopolitics, at the same time provides huge opportunities that is upon ourselves in this room and broadly to utilize as opportunities and embrace to disrupt the world. So with that, in the last session, we spoke about the over 300 million tons of green hydrogen that as the energy mix starts to change globally, as countries are looking to diversify their energy mix, which have now been made even more profound by the geopolitics of Russia and Ukraine, with a fight to diversify by mainly the European countries and others, that again reaffirms the need and the play for green hydrogen, and most of our experts will tell us today. At the same time, we've seen a number of global stimulus. Europe has been leading in providing a number of incentives and packages to encourage both domestic as well as global production of green hydrogen and its derivatives such as ammonia. We've also recently seen the US issue its US Inflation Reduction Act, which is targeted to spend over $479 billion to stimulate green hydrogen production. These incentives, coupled with the regulatory imperatives of the climate change objectives, are going to enable and accelerate the development of the green economy. So our speakers today will touch on where those opportunities are. And I hope today, having preserved the whole day to come and suck in some of those opportunities, we need to understand it's broader than just the energy industry. We are looking at mining opportunities, we are looking at agricultural opportunities, innovation and technology, manufacturing. South Africa is about to finalize its commercialization strategy for green hydrogen. When it's publicized, I encourage all of you to read it, identify where you fit in from a professional perspective in companies you work for, but at the same time, where are the entrepreneurial, innovative businesses that we should drive that will then disrupt and ensure that women are included and considered in this transformation. It will not be appropriate if I don't recognize few people that I look up to that have already started to disrupt some of this. One person is our own minister, Minister Mantashe, has started a Energy Gender Council, which is intended to ensure the participation of women in the industry. And I think it's important through his Department of Mineral Resources and Energy that we continue to dialogue and challenge and hold our corporates accountable to ensure that everyone is given an opportunity to play across the supply chain. We are fortunate to have such an ambassador. I also want to recognize Mama Michelle in terms of our foundation, which is also focusing on women development and the youth, and also ensuring that some of the enablements and the limitations that women are experiencing in businesses are disrupted, and that we give women and children an opportunity for a better future, and that we are inclusive. And I encourage all of you to look for those opportunities in Africa for us to be able to create that opportunity. In Mozambique, I also have a great mentor, Her Excellency Ludmila, the Secretary of State for Inhambane, who has taken a huge responsibility upon herself to create a women network to support it. And with our support, we've seen the opportunities that actually are amplified when we look at women imperatives, not in the month of August, but broadly throughout the year. So with that, I want to thank all of you who have made these huge commitments, the ladies that I've been on this journey with, and Tato, yourself, and it's good to see Beleng and others. It's really important that we continue to invest so that we can leave a sustainable legacy beyond ourselves. And I look forward to learning a lot from today, and I thank you.
Great, so we're going to kick off the program with the resources. We're going to call them resources. So what we're going to do is we're going to download straight from people in the energy system, in the energy sector, who are at the forefront of academia, policy, at the forefront of project development, at the forefront of developing some of these opportunities from various spheres. We know that we have people from the private sector here, people from NPCs, we've got students here, we've got entrepreneurs here, and we're hoping that today's offering is going to be meaningful for all of you. As I frame the two sessions we're going to have, let's start perhaps with Priscilla's comments about companies, institutions, the industry being a brutal place. So what we're going to do is we're going to take some of the brutal engagements that people have had, take their school fees, and download them straight to the people in the room. So you can leapfrog some of the brutality in the industry with the engagements we're going to have today. The decarbonization agenda for the world
is South Africa's opportunity. We're in a crisis. We're in an economic and socio-economic crisis. It's an opportunity for South Africa. It's an opportunity for the region. But we are competing for our place. We're competing with Namibia. We're competing with Mozambique. The idea that we are the golden jewel of the region is gone. And while we delay and obfuscate our plans and don't reform our regulatory and policy environment and create the enablers so that South Africa can position itself, Namibia, Mozambique, the rest of the region will eat our lunch. And so in today's conversation, we're also going to give some insights in what our neighboring countries are doing and how some of the opportunities are playing out, not just in South Africa, but Namibia in specific. The idea is that the inputs we have today will give you a sense of what opportunities are available to you across the value chain of renewables and green hydrogen. It's an extremely exciting time. We've all known the pain of trying to participate in existing industries, existing value chains. These are new value chains, new industries being formed as we speak. So this is an opportunity to get in on the ground floor. We'll start off with the first session. The first session is going to be, we will have a framing of the energy transition, renewables, and green hydrogen, but we're going to look at the key considerations of this framing from the perspective of Dr. Ngubevana. He's an academic, he's influencing the policy environment, and he really will give us a sense of the trade-offs and the key considerations we need to be making as a country. We will then move into our panel where we will have Ndate Hadebe, who's going to translate what the recent electricity crisis plan and energy plan announced by the president means in terms of opportunities for women. And then we will have some input from Advocate Thandi Orlane on local partnering, the opportunities and the enablers. So she's going to get straight into the opportunity space by someone who's actually working in and pivoting in the industry. We do have some input from Namibia. The head of the regulator in Namibia, Mr. Matota, will give us a video. He was unable to join us today, but he did record his offering to us. And then we will have some input from Ms. Ipeleng Selele on mobility sector application for the green hydrogen space. So we're going to keep it tight because we are already about 30 minutes behind. So I'm going to ask all the speakers if they can just make sure their inputs are tight. We will have an opportunity for Q&A. We do have people who've also logged in offline. When we finish with session 1, we'll take a break and then come back for session 2. So I'm going to ask if Dr. Ngubevana can come forward. He does have a presentation that he's going to share with us. And
so
then,
how are we going to deal with the control?
is it going to be from the back? Can I just double check? Do we have the presentation loaded, and do we have?
Yeah, it is loaded.
Do we have the pointer?
Moving between the slides, yeah.
Then you just guide the guys at the back, and they'll help you.
Oh, geez, that's going to be a tough one. Okay, we'll try. Good morning. I'm hoping that at the end of my talk here, can you hear me? Okay. I'm hoping at the end of my talk here you'll be upset. We're here to talk green hydrogen. We're here to talk renewable energy. But I feel it's my responsibility to say, hang on, let's not rush, let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's many other things to consider before we jump headfirst into this space. It's not to say let's not move ahead, but it's to say there's a lot more at play than simply competing on who's in first. So if you please move on to the next slide. And if I am running late, Program Director, please do forgive me. It's not my fault. Next slide. So just starting off, I think we talking green hydrogen, we're talking renewable energy, really in the context of the energy transition. Now, we can't talk energy transition without talking about South Africa's Just Energy Transition Framework. And this has been accepted by Parliament recently. And there's really three key principles that drive our energy transition as a country, or at least the framework. Now, I agree with those three principles. However, there's a number of things in the analysis and in some of the conclusions that I don't agree with. Now, don't take anything I say seriously. I'm just an academic, so you can ignore me. It's perfectly fine. But there's really three key principles, and that's based on justice. Distributive justice, restorative justice, and procedural justice. And these are really anchored in the Bill of Rights, which is set in Section 2 of our Constitution. So everything I say, please take it with those in mind. Next slide, please. We've got a big problem on the continent, it's been mentioned already, and that's access to energy. Next slide. I'm sure you've seen these. Access to electricity on the continent, number of 600 odd million bandied about all the time, that 600 million of 1.4 billion Africans don't have access to electricity. You compare that to Europe, they consume 10 times as much as we do. Now, remember, we're talking justice in our transition. Where is the justice in this? I don't see it. Let's move on. We talk SDGs, access to clean cooking. Where's Africa? We are simply nowhere near ready to meet our SDG goals or our SDGs. We're lagging far behind the rest of the world. And this is the challenge, and this is the environment within which we're talking renewables. You must remember that. Next slide. I've already mentioned clean cooking. Hundreds of millions of Africans don't have access to clean cooking. And of course, this is a huge opportunity. As much as it is a challenge for the continent, but it is a huge opportunity. This is something we need to change. Next slide. If you look at total energy supply in Africa, and compared to the rest of the world. And you'll forgive me for this constant comparison, because we don't live in a vacuum. Everything we're doing is within the context of global energy geopolitics. So we simply cannot think that we operate in a vacuum. We want to produce hydrogen, we need to sell it to somebody, whether it's a fertilizer or it's hydrogen itself, or selling electricity. So we have to always constantly think of the environment we're operating in, which is a global environment, and the geopolitics within that environment. Next slide, please. Of course, the main driver behind the energy transition is really about greenhouse gas emissions. Now, if you put it into context, Africa, and you'll know this figure, only emits in the region of 3% of global CO2 emissions. And some studies have claimed that if we exploited all our resources, our fossil fuel resources, would only go up to about 5% of global emissions. And this is a continent of 1.4 billion people out of 8 odd billion people on the continent. Next slide, please. Now, the first question I asked was energy access for Africa. What you see here is an indicator on coal prices. You could do the same for oil or gas. There's been claims that the reason coal prices have shot through the roof is because of the conflict in Ukraine. And I said, that's not true. You look in the last year, before the conflict began. You look in the last 5 years, coal prices have continued going up. Why? Because demand in Europe hasn't come down. But Africa should stop using its coal. Let's talk justice. Next slide, please. You've seen the headlines on what's happening. In terms of the demand, we continue exporting a lot of our coal. We can't even afford it anymore because it's being bought up by those who have. It's being bought up by those who build their economies on fossil fuels, which means Africa still struggles to access energy, even though we have the natural resources. Next slide, please. So, what is a just energy transition, in my view? Firstly, a just energy transition, or rather the energy transition, cannot be just if we are not energy secure. I think that's really the message I want you to take. If we are not energy secure, we cannot speak of a just energy transition. And I'm talking ownership, I'm talking equity. So we've got to own our resources, but more importantly, we've got to own our process of transitioning. We've got to own our agenda in transitioning and not have others dictate policy and the rate at which we need to transition. We need to talk equity, and we're talking availability. Right now, we're struggling with load shedding. We need accessibility. And, of course, affordability. Now, this conversation here is about empowering women. Who do you think is most impacted by the lack of energy on the continent? It's women. So we need to change that. For me, an energy transition also hinges quite a lot on innovation. We've got to innovate on how we own the assets, who owns the assets, the energy assets. We've got to innovate on how we fund these assets. And of course, the technology solutions. There's many bright young minds in this country, on the continent, and we need to take charge of this process. We've got to develop technologies, our own technologies, that are suitable for our environment. Of course, an energy transition cannot be just if it doesn't come with economic growth, and that includes securing jobs that we currently have, but very importantly, creating a space to create more jobs. The ones who are unemployed and unemployable at the moment. You saw the numbers, 60-odd% of young people in this country are unemployed. That's not acceptable. In fact, we're literally sitting on a time bomb. So we've got to make those young people employable and get them into meaningful employment. It's got to be inclusive. I've already spoken about who is most affected by energy poverty. So gender is very, very important when we talk in an energy transition. And of course, young people. And of course, as we transition, we have to think about the environment. And that's really the reason why we transition, or it is one of the important reasons for transitioning. But for me, I feel there's even more to why we're transitioning. The fossil fuels we have are finite. They are going to run out. So we have no choice but to transition. And which is why we're here today, to seek opportunities in that space. But in seeking those opportunities, we need to be the ones determining our destiny and how we're going to go through this journey. Next slide, please. So I say we turn this challenge that we have, this challenge of energy poverty, this challenge of inequity on the continent, we turn it into an opportunity. We've got natural resources. We've got fossil fuels. We've got lots of sun on the continent, lots of wind. We've got some places with some geothermal opportunities. There's opportunities in hydro as well. So the continent is blessed. And we need to take advantage of that. And very importantly, we also have access to minerals. Lots of minerals. And these are minerals that are very important in this transition. We've got a young population, which means human capital is not an issue. Young people are very smart. They've got many bright ideas. And we need to bring them to the fold. And of course, we've got the advantage of geographical location. Whether you want to go east or west, Africa is pretty central on the global stage. Connect easily to Middle East and Europe. We need to use that. And last but not least, we've got a huge intracontinental market that's highly unexploited at the moment. Some figures put something like 15% odd on intra-African trade. And if you compare to other regions, that's minuscule. So for me, it's very important we start trading with each other as a continent. There's huge opportunity. We need to exploit those opportunities. Next slide, please. You look at the global map on renewable energy penetration. Africa's got only 50-odd gigawatts as of 2022 of renewables. Now, compare that to, let's say, North America, 458 gigawatts, 9 times as much. What that says to me is there's opportunity on the continent for renewable energy. Remember, I started off with saying it's a very dark and gloomy scenario. We've got so many people without access to energy. Well, here's an opportunity. Next slide, please. I'm not going to talk too much about this, but I think this is also very, very important. The development of intellectual property. We need to develop intellectual property in energy, in renewable energy. You look at the globe, this is dominated by China. You've got China, America, and Europe. That's it. And now this is a challenge we face as we transition as a continent. If we go ahead in first, think about who's financing these energy projects and the conditions attached to that financing. A lot of it is coming from outside, and a lot of the conditions is you've got to use our people, and this begins from project development. The consultants you're going to use at the beginning, in the main, there may be exceptions, but they will most likely demand that you use their people. You're buying technology from outside. And of course, they want a return on their investment. So essentially, all you are is a market as a continent. The technology, the skills, the finance is all coming from outside. For me, that's yet another extraction from the African continent. And we need to change that. And a step in doing so is to look at intellectual property development. We've got to invest in education. We've got to invest in skills to ensure that we start owning patents in the renewable energy space. Next slide, please. I think we can skip this one, but I was just making a comparison here to show you that from the globe, China is dominant, whether you're talking PV, or solar thermal, or hydropower. The bulk of technology is coming from China. Of course, you've got the US and the EU as well. Now, when these powerhouses come and invest in Africa, all of them, come with promises, lots of promises. Do you think they really care, though? I think it's about competition for them. It's the geopolitics. It's about what they can extract out of this continent. And now I say we need to start working for ourselves. Next slide, please. Moving to a lower carbon economy, I think should be viewed as opportunity, as I said. We can use it as an economic catalyst. We can talk the actual products themselves that we're going to be producing. We can talk intellectual property. We need to invest in R&D. There's a whole list you can go through of where the opportunities are. Fuel cells, solar and wind energy, the actual panels, we need to start developing our own. A few years ago, there was a beautiful project developed in Stellenbosch University, I believe. And this was on flexible solar cells. You can literally wrap around anything. They tried to go commercial. I don't know what's happened to that. Now, that's intellectual property that was developed here. But now, go to China, and you'll see how big the flexible solar panel market is. It's billions of dollars. What happened to our technology? I don't know. South Africa invested for many years in pebble bed modular reactor for nuclear power. What's happened to that? Where's the intellectual property? Have we exploited it? Instead, PBMR died. And we find ourselves in the situation that we're in. And right now, the globe, when you talk nuclear energy, they're talking small modular reactors. That's the PBMR. We were years ahead of everybody else, but we lost control of it. Next slide, please. So how do we do this? I think, for me, one of the answers lies in aligning policy. It's not the answer to everything, but that's one of the answers. Our industrial policy has got to be aligned with our energy policy. We have no choice. You can't say you're going to create 500,000 jobs in a year when you don't have the energy to power that industry that's going to create those jobs. So you've got to align this. And where are those skills and people going to come from? They've got to be educated. So your education policy has got to be aligned with that. Now, this is not easy. I don't think anybody suggests that this is easy and that it will solve everything, but it has to happen. You've got to make sure that your labor policies are aligned. It is no use producing, 1 million lawyers a year if we can't absorb them. It's no use. And this alignment has to happen at the local level, but also, very importantly, I think, at the regional level. Now, a comment was already made that we also competing at the regional level. And I accept that. But there's no reason why we can't collaborate. There's no reason why we can't work together as a region and as a continent. Excuse me. Next slide, please. So this is what I was talking about. I'm not going to go into the details. As we talk a just energy transition, we need to make sure our policies are aligned. And for me, one of the biggest pain points is the lack of an integrated energy policy in this country. We've got an electricity policy, but we don't have an energy policy. Last I checked, it got stuck in Parliament. I have no idea what's happening with it now. It's been going through the Houses of Parliament. Maybe someone knows. I think that's a great shame. Next slide, please. I spoke about trade on the continent. This is huge opportunity. As much as it is a challenge, it's huge opportunity. Next slide, please. We're talking alignment. We have to be able, as a continent, to move people, knowledge. We need to create financial markets within the continent. We need to create and connect our network industries, the pipelines. We need to work with our power pools to come together. We need railroad to connect the continent. That's how we're going to be able to trade. Without that, we're wasting our time. Of course, we're lucky to have AFTA in place now, which I think is a good policy tool that's supposed to guide us in achieving Agenda 2063. We need to be able to move intellectual property across the continent. Next slide, please. Now, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that picture wasn't going to show up like that. I thought it looked much better. It looked much better on my screen. Apologies. But in any case, that's just a picture that speaks to hydrogen and why we're here. Different colors of hydrogen based on where they come from. Why I put this slide up, I want to emphasize that we've got different fuel sources. We've got gas. Not only should we be using it for economic development in the now, but we should be looking at it as a bridge to take us into a cleaner energy future. Because it is without argument, without doubt, that gas is less polluting than coal, so we should use it. We've got opportunities in hydrogen. We're blessed with lots of sun. And as our speakers will tell us, the global market is primed, especially for green hydrogen. But I say let's exploit blue hydrogen too. Let's not focus only on green hydrogen. Yes, there's lots of opportunity and we can get in early, but there's already low-hanging fruit that we can exploit. We need to think seriously about investing in nuclear energy. If we can afford it, if the numbers say we can afford it, if the geopolitical considerations say we need our own nuclear energy more than what we currently have now, then we should do it. But of course, if it's not affordable, it's not socially acceptable and all of those things, then sure, let's not move on. But I actually think there's opportunity there. And very importantly for me, I think we need to use these to actually finance the energy transition to a lower carbon future. We need to see it as this. Look at the big economies that are transitioning faster than we are. Look at Norway. Their transition is financed by their oil and gas. Look at the Middle East, the likes of Saudi Arabia. It's their sovereign funds that are funding their transition. They can now set up, brand new cities, green cities, and they're funded by oil and gas. Next slide, please. I just wanted to quickly speak here about what I think we should do as a way forward. I'm going to try and conclude very quickly, Chair. I think we need to move to a future that includes all energy sources. To think we can simply leapfrog our existing, our current profile and then just move on to a green future without fossil fuels, I think we're lying to ourselves. And I'll give you numbers just now to show you why I think we're lying. Next slide, please. So, let's talk materials. So we're moving into a green future. Wonderful. lithium, graphite, nickel, and rare earths. If we are to move to a totally green future, we need to up production 4,200, 2,500, and so on by 2040. Now tell me where those are going to come from if we're dreaming of a green future tomorrow. This is why we need to manage the transition and not simply jump because somebody says we should jump. There are opportunities, absolutely, and we need to exploit them. We need to think of the supply chain and the geopolitics associated with that. US, China, Russia. What happens when the US decides to go to war with China, which to me it seems they've been craving for a long time? To me it seems that they're trying to stir the hornet's nest to start a war. I don't know if it will ever happen. I hope it doesn't. But what do you think is going to happen to the supply chains? How are we going to transition? If we now suddenly drop everything we have and say, let's run the economy on solar, then the US decides, no, they're not happy with China anymore. They really want to fight. We saw what happened during COVID when global supply chains were, interrupted. It was chaos. So as we transition, we need to think about these things. And these are all the minerals you're going to need to transition. From steel, copper, nickel, zinc, neodymium, which is a rare earth. We're going to need uranium if we're going to use nuclear. Some of them I've never even heard the names, like tellurium. But it's used in PVs. Now, where are these rare earth minerals? China holds the bulk of them. We've got some in Congo. But with all due respect, is the Congo the most stable region that you want to build your economies around? I don't know. So we need to think about that as we transition. Indonesia is also a top nickel producer. Also, when you look at global politics, shaky. So let's not go in blindfolded and head in first. Let's think as we transition. Next slide, please. How are we going to finance this? I think this is probably my last slide, and then I've got a short video I want you to see and think about as I step down. How are we going to finance this? The top one is not very popular in many circles, and that's climate reparations. But if you think about it, remember the first slide I put up on South Africa's Just Energy Transition Framework spoke of distributive and restorative justice. Those who've caused the problem need to pay for it. Fossil fuels speaks to procedural justice. And this is what our Just Energy Transition Framework is built on. Procedural justice. Nothing about us without us. That's what it's about. I think we need to really push for the establishment of African energy banks. I'm aware of one that's, I think, currently under development, but we need to do more so that we can finance our own transition. And we have to make use of our geopolitical and economic ties. We belong, all of Africa belongs under the African Union, pretty much. But within the African Union, there's political alliances, but there's also economic alliances. Some of these overlap, and we need to think about how we're going to use those to ensure a just energy transition, to ensure we can trade with the continent, to ensure that as a continent, we can exploit the opportunities that we have. Of course, we are fortunate to have a partner in BRICS, I think. Some don't agree with me, and that's okay too. But I think we need to use such alliances. We take what works for us from those alliances. Last slide. Can you please play that video? And I want to leave you with that in mind. This was 2 days ago. The new UK Secretary of Energy. Please take a listen. It's less than a minute.
I am announcing urgent action to reform the United Kingdom's broken energy market. This will include a new guarantee for consumers and a new scheme for businesses and non-domestic users to ensure that people can afford to heat their homes and premises during the winter. But this is a symptom of a broken energy system, and we cannot let it happen again. Therefore, I'm also announcing that we're lifting the moratorium on fracking, that we will extract every ounce of oil and gas from the North Sea, and we will push ahead with green schemes as well to ensure that we have energy stability and independence, and make sure that Putin and his like can never hold this country to ransom again.
Thank you. That is about energy security. And this is what the world is doing. So as we transition, we need to keep this in mind. That the very people who are driving our agenda currently, this is what they do. First and foremost for them is energy security. And while they develop their renewables, while they try and exploit those opportunities, and I think we should do the same. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Oh.
To go into Q&A, I think your piece is really, it's like a slow brew. It must just sink in. I think we're going to have to marinate on that throughout the session, because that's precisely why we've opened with Dr. Ngubevana, so that we can have the broad geopolitical context within which renewables and green hydrogen is coming to play. So if I may, Dr. Ngubevana, I'm just going to sum up and wrap up the take-homes from what he's presented, and then I will call up the panelists. But possibly one of the most important insights that the doctor says is the just part of the just energy transition is something that we cannot lose sight of in terms of distributive, restorative, and procedural justice, as well as meeting the goals of the SDGs. Dr. Ngubevana is very clear. He says the EU has shown us that safeguarding your economy and your society in terms of energy access, energy security, and energy affordability is your primary objective, and that you need to define that as a country and a region for yourself. It must not be defined externally to you. I think we've seen the movements of the UK, of Germany, and other EU countries that have shown us that policy is agile. And then the net carbon agenda is a very agile agenda. It depends on safeguarding the sustainability of these societies. And we have a lot to learn from watching how these countries are pivoting in times of crisis. Because what the Ukraine and Russia crisis has shown us is that these processes are still subject to change. And anything can come off left field, and that tests the robustness of your solutions. There's a very important messaging here around where are the opportunities to play in terms of ownership and equity, innovation and IP. And it's actually not just about jobs and investment and inward investment, because inward investment comes with its own conditionality that can actually undermine such as some of your national developmental goals around deepening your value chains, developing your IP, etc. And it's an exciting space, especially around the resources, Doctor, because there's the resources for renewables and hydrogen, but there's also critical minerals. And I'd even go as far as saying there's land. Because when these projects have to be implemented, they have to be implemented on land. And when these projects have to be connected to the grid, there has to be a transmission system that runs that has to be built on land. So resourcing, being able to participate from the resource perspective is key. And I think, Dr. Ngubevana, you've given us some insights on the various areas in the resource space that women can play and that we should be looking at playing in. I think we are very transparent as a country where we see these projects happening. So spatially, there's already a sense of where people can be looking at the opportunities. There was a very pivotal slide in there about the 56 gigawatts of renewables coming out of Africa, which is essentially saying we're like a 10% player globally. We're projecting in South Africa we need an additional 80 gigawatts approx of electricity, of energy to get us to electricity, to get us to long-term sustainability. If that's largely renewables, then again, how are we playing in that space? That's over double the installed capacity that we have now. In terms of project development, IP, technology, finance, skills, we're going to have an input later by Mpho on the skills and capability, opportunities, and how that's framed. But it's clear from your input, Dr. Ngubevana, that it's not just about any finance. It's about the finance that's going to assist us to meet our developmental objectives and our own interests as a country and as a continent. Because money there's no such thing as free lunch. Money comes with conditions. And so we have to be very smart about how we navigate that conditionality. A point was raised about policy alignment, the importance of ensuring that industrial, energy, environmental, education skills, labor policy, I'm going to put in there, fiscal policy, is aligned in order to have an energy transition in the country that is that meets our developmental interests. But that in itself is a whole cottage industry. As you were speaking about one piece of policy that's been in Parliament for we don't know how long. So how we become more agile in our policy development space when we have such wieldy systems. What I like about what the UK video is, it was a pronouncement. Yeah. And then that was that about that. There wasn't a long policy process and consultation process. It was a directive. And then possibly, I will probably say the last point here is about the importance of intra-African collaboration and not just competition. Yep. And that there's space here for us to be looking at how we leverage the Africa Free Trade Agreement and increasing regional integration to drive energy transition, but also leveraging the energy transition in the best interest of a continent that some would argue is already net zero, purely because our level of energy access and energy utilization. So I'm going to use that as the framing of your input. I'm going to recommend, because we're short of time, we won't go into Q&A for Dr. Ngubevana. At tea, will you be with us for tea? Yep. At tea, you can approach him, you can have a conversation if there's any questions or comments. But what's exciting is this is the sort of academic thinking that is starting to influence our policy landscape, our regulatory landscape, and our legislative landscape. So thank you so much, Dr. Ngubevana.
Thank you.
While Dr. Ngubevana is going down, I'm going to ask the first panel to come to the stage. Professor Maurice Radebe, can we have you as well? Advocate Thandi Orlane, and Ipeleng Selele. Now, I'm not going to go into lengthy, in fact, I'm not even going to go into bios. Why? Because we should have Googled everyone before we came. And if you didn't, Google them. This is the Google Me crowd. Google them. They're all on Google. They're all on Google. So can I ask the different speakers to come forward? We have, I think that's a two-seater, and this is a one-seater, wherever is best for you. Yes. So we'll kick off with Maurice, who's going to probably take, if you could stay standing because you're just about to start your presentation. Thank you. who's going to actually kick off our directive. So the UK Minister of Energy just issued a directive 2 days ago, but we got a major reform directive about a month ago from the President about what's going to happen in the energy space. And Ntate Khadebe is going to break that down for us about where the opportunities sit for us. Over to you, Ntate.
Thank you very much, facilitator. Let's give her a round of applause. She's doing an awesome job. I'd like to acknowledge again our patron, Priscilla. She's doing an awesome job. Let's give her a round of applause. I'd like to acknowledge all our panelists, particularly Babu Tabashe. We're in load shedding, but I know when he was running ESCOM, we never had load shedding. Let's give him a round of applause. And it was AAA rated company in the world. And but I know that I'm not here about ESCOM passion. Actually, I don't join that chorus that is blaming Andre and Ntato. Because she's a group executive manager. I've run big plants personally. I've run tank farms. I've run refineries. I've been involved in leading global institutions in gas to liquid in Nigeria, Qatar. I know what it means to really run these operations. So they deserve our support, our encouragement, and thank you very much. So I'd like to acknowledge Siemens leadership here, Tabo. I'm taking a little bit of my time here because I'm going to be very short. Just make sure that everybody that's here, and I see Brett Dilly, and I see the flow leadership. Just want to make sure that the people that are supporting us are recognized. But I want you to give a round of applause for Umamsa Lugazi. She's been our anchor supporter for all this year. Nozala Trust. Hey, masomdala vele ubiza abafana yanomfana wami ayongichazi ayashaya babcabashi yashaya lo mfana la hayi mfana wami lona shaya zase-Africa mpela. Yeah. Well done. Let's give him a round of applause. Yeah, ayashaya mfana wami. We need this provocative discussion. But, you know, he's given the whole world now, he's given the whole continent. We are like I'm a very practical guy. I'm calling myself a pracademic there. I've introduced that term. I'm leading a business school, university, but they've introduced the term pracademic. He's an academic, and I love him because, you know, he goes into the sky high. I go on the ground. And I say, listen, there's opportunities now, given all the context he's mentioned, don't jump. As a nation, head on. But right now, one thing I've learned when I was young, whenever the government issued policy directive and kind of regulatory issues, I would study it and look for business opportunities. That's how we build Excel, Sasol Oil, and that's my advice. Just look at that. Now, I'm talking to entrepreneurs in the room here and professionals. Now, the government has issued through President Ramaphosa what we call a crisis energy plan. And you can show this on the screen, but I'm not going to go into detail. I just want to talk to interventions. If you're able to do it, and I'll start going. It's got a number of interventions. Okay, there you are. Actions to end load shedding and achieve energy security. Okay, go to the next slide. There's two very important points I want to make. If ever there's any crisis, as a business person for many years, for all my life, in fact, wherever there's a crisis, there's an opportunity. If you're a business person, when everybody's screaming about all the crisis, look at where's the opportunity, particularly if you are in this energy space. So because wealth creation and wealth shift happens during crisis. Are you with me? Billionaires, millionaires are created during crisis. Are you with me? And I believe so, she's mentioned that. How do we finance this thing? We need to finance ourselves. The billionaires that needs to finance this energy transition must be Africans, and it must be women. Do you believe that? Yeah. It must be you. So just understand, when there's a crisis, the world knows that. They create a crisis sometimes in order to shift wealth. That's what is happening right now with Ukraine, Russia. There's people who are gaining extremely wealthy because it's in the middle of the crisis. Are you with me? That's what we need to do here. The reason we have got this annual summit is to show the crisis, we show the policies, but we show more opportunities. Move on. Wait, just go. 2 points I want to make here. This plan is talking about improving performance of ESCOM. That isn't Tata's job. And I'm not going to spend time on that, okay? But I want to talk about adding as much new capacity to a grid as quickly as possible. There lies the opportunity. All right, let's move on. Well, there's even an energy crisis committee, and they're going to do the work. But the important thing is removing barriers to energy generation. That has now been very, very pushed through in government. It's very important. And when there's a removal of barriers, that's the time to enter. Are you with me? In business, you normally build high barriers to entry. And once the barriers get removed, you must move quickly. All right, move on. And then this is basically stay here now, because I just want to just move on to the next slide and I'll come back here. Okay, yeah, that's what I want to stay. I want to stay here on these interventions, and I want to speak a little bit more about it. There's a lot of them. There's intervention 1, which talks about ESCOM, but there's intervention 2 that talks about enable and accelerate private investment in generation capacity. As Loazi said, it must be us who are actually become that investment. And this very important thing that has happened in the energy space, particularly in electricity, before the licensing was a barrier to entry. It still is, but they have been removed. From 1 megawatt to 100 megawatt, now you can go and do it. So the licensing regime has actually been restricted. And I know this is very important. Let me tell you very briefly. When we started Excel Petroleum, there was a licensing regime which said only major oil companies can build service stations. And I knew, and it was entrenched in legislation, so it's called Red Plan. And I knew the only way we can get opportunities was to go and attack that licensing regime. And we worked hard. We persuaded Pumzile Mlambo, who was the minister there. We persuaded Advocate Noklina. We were able to pinpoint in the legislation to remove that barrier to entry. Right now, everyone's building service station. Every time when I walk around, I see the other day I was seeing with another name there and say, hey, yeah, no, that's good. That's what we did. We removed the barrier to entry. Are you with me? Excel went in there. Sasol went in. I was a part of that initiative, but we removed the barrier because even Sasol was not allowed to build service station. So if you see removal of barriers, come close as a business person. What opportunities are there? Okay. And then there's some other things, Loaz, I want you to go and start and make sure that the Energy Leadership Center does. They say here, embedded generation have been declared as strategic infrastructure projects, shortening the time frame of renewable, of authorization of water, uses of license, and other requirements. We need to research that. You need to understand that. And then, this is one thing that came here, which I said, wow, somebody needs to go and look at this. The Department of Forestry and Fisheries and Environment, and has declared 11 renewable energy development zones. Understand, 11 renewable energy development zones. It's like special economic zones. Do you know where they are? Special economic zones. Do you know where they are? No. You see? You're slipping through the revelation. Nilele. If there is a renewable energy development zone, you should be knowing exactly where it is, because there's benefits, tax regimes, assistance that comes in, like Saldanha, which is the SDZ. Foreigners know already where they are. Loaz is complaining, he says, yeah, they are coming. They are! Because they've already identified where those zones are. They come like, this is like gold rush. Remember in the 18th century, when gold rush in the world? Now energy rush is happening. Because we've got all the resources you said. We've got sun, we've got wind. In London, they get excited when there's sun. One day. Are you with me? We've got all the natural resources. We've got wind. So there's a rush coming in here. And if we don't wake up, there you are. So, assignment, Loazi, I think let's go and research where are they, get our students there, and then make sure we publicize where are these zones and what are the conditions of them. It's a very important opportunity. And that's what I wanted to highlight here. And then there's another one. It says, in addition, Eskom will proceed to release land adjacent to the power stations in Mpumalanga for private investment in renewable energy projects, which will unlock 1.8 megawatt of capacity. Land. Pushback Ridge. Do you know where's that land? To build next to a power station. That's another research project for you. Because if you don't, I know because I'm in this land. Well, I built many services than I can care to remember in my life. But land was the most important thing. For me to identify land, I drove right through the whole of Mpumalanga. That's why you see a lot of successful service stations there. There was Excel service stations before. Land. Find it. In fact, a friend of mine was telling me, he's owning a land somewhere next year. There was already investors are coming and they're saying, hey, they want to buy your land. He's sitting tight. He says, hey, I'm sitting tight. Land. And Eskom said, if I were you, I would say, hey, how do I acquire that land which is there at, next to power stations? Quickly. Don't sleep through the revolution. There's a green revolution happening. Why should Martin Luther King let other people sleep through the revolution? I get him. All right. I'm very practical. I want you to go. No. Don't go in business in the NH and is doing well, so I'm very glad to see you. Now, intervention 3, I'm just mentioning interventions. This is Balula. Accelerate procurement of new capacity from renewable gas and battery storage. And I'd like you to push gas. Gas is going to be a transition and it's going to be a bridge. Thabo, are you agreeing with me? Yeah. We must not buy this thing of saying, hey, we must now kill our gas. It doesn't work. But for in Europe, everyone is buying gas. I like the States. We killed our fracking here in Saldanha Bay. Shell was chased away by NGOs. And I know when I'm saying here, I'm going to be criticized afterward. But that's fine. You know, when you're in academic immunity, you can say what you want to say. Our fracking was killed. But the U.S. started their fracking. Right now, the U.S. is independent of the Middle East. I've been in this industry for 30 years. Before, the entire U.S. economy depended on Middle East. So they didn't tolerate any nonsense there. If there's any little skirmish, not even a battle, skirmish, they will be there and squash it. Now, Babu, are you with me? Because they are independent. Are you with me? Through what? Fracking. I'm not, don't kid me, but I'm here. Gas, battery storage. Look at this. Look at what they say. Eskom is in the process of procuring 400 megawatt of battery storage. From whom? Is any one of you here aware of that? And are you participating in that? Bid windows have come through. Babu Ulokuza will tell us here about Kabash. Bid window 6 has come through, will double, and will be announced in October. But I'm going to ask you, how many of you are even aware of these bid windows? The release of bid windows for renewable energy, gas, and battery will be brought forward. So even battery storage bid windows are coming. And then the minister is going to facilitate the allocation of renewable energy and storage. That's intervention 3. Intervention 4 saying intervention 4 says unleash businesses and households to invest on rooftop solar. Unleash businesses. It means unleash you. Unleashing leadership potential is what we are about. We're here to unleash you. Go and start businesses and households to invest in rooftop solar. There's a significant potential and businesses to install rooftop solar PV, connect this power to the grid, and this has benefits for the users as well as for the country. To speed up the rollout and reduce the cost of rooftop, Eskom will develop a feed-in tariff for small-scale embedded generators. It means now you can be a generator because we want energy security. If ever you generate, as there's a guy here, where's monthly? That young man is developing some generation technology just for small scale and work. Small scale generator. Means if the other day, I don't know whether Priscilla is still pursuing it, but there was one guy who said to me, you know, when I was still running Sasol Oil, you know, on the roof of your own oil service station, we can generate a lot of electricity by putting solars there. Now, put solar, and you can, what I like is that you can sell now. So you can sell, you can make your electricity for yourself, but you can also sell it to the grid. But there's a lot of barriers, obviously, you need to go through that. But there's an opportunity. Yeah? It's important that that's intervention 4. And then there's bigger opportunities around the whole fundamental transform the electricity sector to achieve long-term electricity security. But what does that mean? Is to make sure that we reform and establish a competitive electricity market, which will be expected to be finalized of the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill. This competitive electricity market is what he was talking about, regional. You see, if you just talk South Africa, 60 million people, but once you talk SADC, it's 300 million. Once you talk the whole of the continent, it's 1.4 billion. So we need to think big about this electricity market and then look at all. And then it says, allow multiple generators, both private and state-owned, to compete on equal footing, while the grid remains a public and managed by an independent transmission company. And this is great work that's been done by Eskom leadership team, and our own facilitator was involved in this to make sure that it's almost like in the oil industry. In the oil industry, the pipelines are there. You know, there's a big pipeline there, 24-inch pipeline that comes from Durban to here. It's owned by Transnet. All of us, when we compete, we just buy your own crude and you put it up there, or diesel or petrol, you put it up there, there's a roster, and then we bring it up here, we come and sell. That's what Eskom is going to do. And it's important that you're there with your product to sell. All right? Many of you have now got licenses for wholesale distributorship. Thank you, you've got that. But I'm saying move now here quickly. Quickly. The reason we were successful in the olden days in Excel is because there were only 3 licenses that were issued at that time. It was Africa Oil, Excel, and TEPCO. And we were able to corner the market. Now in the wholesale fuel distributorship, the last time I counted, Priscilla must correct me, it was 2,000. But it's more. So there's lots of competition there. There's still no competition here. First mover advantage. Make sure you're in there. So what am I saying, basically, is that there's interventions which came out of the government plan. These interventions create opportunities for you. There's an entrepreneur, look at those opportunities and say, how am I going to plug in either as a player myself, or providing service to the players, or providing material to the sale players, or as a professional who's going to specialize in HR in energy, or I'm a lawyer that wants to specialize in legal expertise in the renewable energy, or I'm a supply chain guy that wants to specialize in the logistics in this place. So there is a whole range of opportunities that this industry is unlocking. What is beautiful is that it's a new industry. And the old industry, I was talking to Bill. Bill here is coming from Flo, is my age. So that was the old energy industry. It was dominated by men. This one's, it cannot be because it's new. You need to get in. As ladies, it's so important. So these are the interventions. You can, this is not confidential information. We can distribute it to you, but I would like you to look at each of those interventions and say, where is the business opportunity for me? Where's the career opportunity for me? Where's an opportunity for me to make a difference? At the end, we've got a bigger, higher purpose, which he talked about. There's 600 million people in the continent that do not have electricity. And who's the most affected about it? That's the only thing that drives me about this thing, about being in energy. It's that young girl that must wake up in the morning, go and look for firewood, make fire. Some of us who grew up in rural areas, you know when you make fire, and then the fire comes in. By the time the fire is 12 o'clock, and then cooking, that girl has not gone to school. And what are we in? Poverty and energy poverty continuously hurting us. There's people like Dilly here. Dilly, please raise your hand so that they can talk to you. He's got a lot of energy about waste energy. Talk to him during after break. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ntate Khadebe. I hope that the group has gotten that. We'll distribute the electricity crisis plan, but there's some key questions we need to ask ourselves. What are those commodities? What are those services? What are those supply and value chain opportunities for us? Because South Africa has real constraints to implement that plan. And if we don't get in, as you say, if we don't get in on the ground floor, some of the reforms, such as suspending local content and localization, might be one of the prohibitions for our entry. So let's understand where the opportunities are. I'll give you an example. There's one company in the country, one, to provide class 2 transformers. One. So you can imagine the supply chain bottleneck. Same for substations. 8,000 kilometers of transmission line needs to be built. Where's that steel and where are those lines going to come from? And so if we don't start partnering in the region with international companies and being able to provide competitive pricing for those services, then either local content and localization will be suspended, or the people who know where these opportunities are and are able to form those partnerships are going to dominate the industry. So I think probably one of the things that we can do as ULP Women in Energy is to just highlight some of those commodities where they are already supply chain blockages, because that's a quick win. It's just about establishing the relationships with global suppliers and bringing them to South Africa. So thank you, our resident pracademic. We'll now be listening to some remarks from Advocate Thandi Orlane. Again, she's a hashtag Google me. So we're not going to go deep into her very extensive CV, but Advocate, you're already playing in the space. And you have some input and some commentary for us about local partnering and some of the opportunity and enablers that you see in some of the projects that you're involved in. And I'm hoping that you can give to the people in the room, but also we've got quite a few people online, some of your experiences. Again, a direct download from the violence of the boardroom into the safe space of ULP Women in Energy.
Good morning, everybody. Is this on? Can you hear me?
Very well.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and actually it's an honor to be re-invited to these sessions. So I am available to be part of these sessions because they are really energizing, if you don't mind the pun. Madam Program Director, I always appreciate being led by you in these sessions because you bring a very interesting dynamic. So thank you, and that's why I chose to sit next to you. I must thank Dr. Morris Khadebe and our patron, Priscilla Mabelane, for supporting me, and also I'm sure urging the team to say, don't forget that mama. And I've come a long way with both of them. So I'm really appreciative of what you are doing, and hopefully you'll continue to do this. It's always so difficult to speak after an academic, a pre-academic, and a preacher.
Yes.
I'm sitting here and I'm like, how can I make it more exciting? Firstly, it's been so exciting to listen to both of them. Secondly, everything I've prepared, they've said. So I'm like, as a lady, I've got to try and be innovative within a space of like, just like that. So some of you then, I'll try and change things one way or the other, but my prepared speech is really having a challenge right now. I must also thank the organizers, because I may not have the opportunity to do that. When I leave at the break, it's not that I don't want to listen to other speakers, but I thought, let me share this with you. I'm sharing it because women tend to say they don't have time. Women are struggling with work-life balance. And Priscilla knows this is my bugbear, that you don't have to. If you've got children, there are other participants in this child's life. Women tend to try and take control and not enable other people to do things, except in business. So I want you to think about it. The reason I'm not going to be here this afternoon is that this weekend, I have grandparent duties. And what did I do this morning? Because I did want to be here. I asked my son and his partner, who's a male, by the way, to do uncle duties, because these are not their children. So we've got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old grandchildren. And I've been grandparenting from Thursday to Monday. But I wanted to be here, so I've roped them to come in. So women, do look at other people to rope in for you to follow your passion. So that's one of the enablers I'm sharing with you this morning. Secondly, I would want to make some declarations here. The declaration is that I only joined business after my stint at the CCMA. It's a long time ago, but in terms of looking at the environment, as Dr. Ngubevana has outlined, it's a very short time. And I was catapulted into business. So I do not have operational experience on the ground. My operational experience on the ground is vicarious because I went straight into the boardroom. When we formed Peutuna in 2005, we took the investment route, which means that we didn't become executives in one company where we were shareholders. Unlike people who went executive role like Tulani Tabashe, and then mixed both executive and board as he started his own businesses. Me, I just came from the top, fought in the boardroom, and then tried to find things and ways in which to set up our own businesses and drive them with those companies. And I am going to talk a little bit around being a minority BE partner. It's a nightmare. Those who have taken that route will know that it is a nightmare because you have no control. And in that space, negative control is not much. The Companies Act can give you that, but it's not much for you to build anything that you can call your own in a sustainable way. So the declaration is that the boards I sit on, and this was not planned, Tate Kgadebe. But and I'll come back to that, they just happen to, at this point in our lives, to intersect within this space. Renewable energy and the hydrogen economy, which gives us then the discussions around the just transition that the dear doctor has spoken about. I am on the boards, as Priscilla has said. I chair the board of BP South Africa, which comes from the oil and gas sector. I chair the board of Implats Limited, which is in the platinum sector. You would have seen my CV, but this is deliberate. I've been on the board of Toyota South Africa now for almost 20 years. And lastly, I'm on the board of the IDC. So if you look at these four, you'll realize that they are central in the South African plan to drive this process. People have no timing. I'm sorry. It's one of my children. Hopefully they haven't knocked my grandchildren out. The renewable energy and hydrogen economy is so broad and wide that each and every one of us in this room needs to be very focused, deliberate, and intentional. And I think Doc has spoken about that. Prof has spoken about that. Because if you are not, then all those opportunities will pass by. Because you will be like, you remember that race between the tortoise and the hare. And the hare is fast, right? And the tortoise is very slow. Guess who won the race? The tortoise. Because the tortoise was deliberate. The tortoise was focused and knew that it wanted to win the race. The hare was attracted by everything on the route. As a result, it forgot what the purpose was. So it's important, and that's what I've learned in business over the last 20 years. From a boardroom perspective, is that it's so critical that you have to be deliberate. If you are focused, as I've been in the boardroom, on transformation for black people and women, that is what I talk about in the boardroom. Any proposal, submission that comes in, that is the angle I look at. Secondly, my background is one of human rights law, as well as community development. So in the boardroom, I don't look at the numbers. I've got chartered accountants. Priscilla was there. Everybody is there to look at other things. The engineers are there. I look at those four issues. Because those are the issues those people are not looking at. And so in your business, whether you are an entrepreneur or you are an executive in a company or you are an activist, you've got to say, what is your focus? You must learn the other areas so that you don't look stupid. And so that you can ask the stupid questions, not for you to look stupid, but to ask the stupid questions. But you must know where you've got the urge, the passion, and the knowledge. That is where you have to push, whether you're an executive, an entrepreneur, or a non-executive like myself. It's already been said that the major players globally are repositioning their businesses to focus on renewable and hydrogen energy. And that's what Sasol is doing. Sasol is a global business. And that's what they're doing. That's what BP is doing, because BP is a global business. So you've got to say to yourself, which space am I playing at? Am I competing with Sasol, or am I complementing Sasol? And then you've got to look at what you can do to be attractive to Sasol. And that's what we did, and that is the learnings at Beutuna, which is my company, was to look at the sectors where we wanted to operate. And when we looked at those sectors when we wanted to operate, we then started researching those sectors. So I'm making an assumption, you are all in the energy sector. And in this energy sector, you want to take advantage of these opportunities that have been announced by the president. If you want to do that, you can't take all of them. So it does mean that you've got to look at what is critical for you. The other mistake that I made through my journey is not to really understand some of the investments we went into. Excuse me. Sorry to take you. I'm in a meeting. I will come back to you. Okay. Thank you. That's okay.
And colleagues, that's called work-life balance.
Sorry, people. I've done this in the boardroom as well. So it's not just for you, and it's not disrespect to you. It's to make sure the person on the other side doesn't panic and believe that maybe I'm falling in the water with the children. So he'll phone the others. It's actually the father. Sorry, I must share with you. And so he'll phone his brother. There is a mistake that I made, is actually to get into a company and start learning about it after the event. And that can be the worst mistake that you can make. So as we move into this area, we must understand that both the renewable energies, as I think the doctor has said, and as well as the hydrogen economy, they are facilitating the decarbonization of the world economy. So while you may call yourself to be in the energy sector, you may be in the transport industry, actually. And then you've got to say to yourself, as I research and try to strike gold in this industry, I'm not precluded from using an existing low-hanging fruit in the transport industry to make sure that I can keep the wolf out of the door. So those are some of the mistakes that people make, is to say that I don't have money and therefore I won't be able to do what I need to do. Money is the last thing that comes in the chain of events. The first thing that I learned in business is that you do have to have passion. You must have a good idea. you must then research to make sure that that idea is feasible. Again, I'm referring to the doctor because the framing was so amazing. One of the things he talked about was the comparison between South Africa or Africa and the EU, and also between China and the US and the EU in the development in this space. Now, the challenge that we have to believe that we have wasted time. South Africa should have been far. I saw it in the aid memo. We highlight the negatives in terms of what we haven't done, but we do not acknowledge the positives in what we have done. And I'm just going to give an example around Eskom. Did you know that Eskom, and at that time it was ESCOM, was established in March 1923. And it was only, Tulane more probably knows this, and Priscilla, they were at Eskom, and was only restructured and revised under the Electricity Act of 1987. So this is around about how many years before democracy? You know, it's about 7 years before democracy. So there were lots of changes, and you can go back and read the history. But the moment you take this in context, you then can understand what has happened post-1994 and what is happening now. And if you take what I call the wasteland 10 years of 2009 to 2018, I won't say which years those were, then you understand the challenges that we face. And despite the fact that the white paper on renewable energy was only released in 2003, the integrated resource plan was only promulgated in 2011. It's just 11 years ago. And then we say we have failed in this, we have failed in that, we have failed in that. Like Maurice, I'm very optimistic about life. I'm very positive about things. There's always people who are making money, even in the West environment. There are always people who are doing great things. It's not just money, in the West environment. So the moment you frame your whole existence in negatives, you draw negative energy. When we set up our company in 2005, we did not realize that in 2007 to 2008, the economy is going to like drop. We had done deals in the heat of the economy. All the deals we did, most of the deals we did were pre-2008. Now they were financed. We are sitting with these big debts, and what do? So you cannot plan for a future you don't know, but you still have to plan. And that is the important thing. Who would have thought that in 2019, 2020, we will be in COVID? Did I meet somebody here today, or was it yesterday? Exactly. She said to me, I started business in 2019. She didn't know that 2020 there would be COVID. But it doesn't mean that she must fold and die. You've got to look at what else can I do under COVID. And that is the enablers, the lessons that I can share with you today, because those are lived experiences. I'm not going to go through all the paper that I've prepared because I think it would help to get Q&A, and I'm not going to give you a list of companies which you can approach. If you came expecting me to give you a list of companies, then I'm sorry to disappoint you. But I do want to give 3 case studies. And you may know them, you may not know them. And the interesting thing is that the 2 entrepreneurial companies started business around 2013. So the plan was passed in 2011, and they started they are putting themselves together in 2011. And as Maurice says, the president spoke, and now you've got to make sure that you start to say which area you are going to play in and how you are going to do that. And the first one that I would like to share with you, and as I say, you may or may not know it, it's Knowledge Pile. Young, I just know the people, and I work with them in the renewable energy space. Young, energetic team of about 4 guys and 1 lady. They set up the company, and they took advantage of, what are those things called now? The Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program. I didn't want to shorten it. I wanted to give the whole name. Because as those were introduced, they were in a position to make themselves available to the bigger companies to tender with them. Most of them are multinationals. And in the space of from 2013 to now, they have also increased their own skills. They are doing the business themselves in a smaller scale, but they are part now of the ecosystem. And they're employing quite a formidable team of people. You can Google them and see what they are doing. And they have also, what was excited me, because it's the same model that we used at Beutuna, is that they set up what is known as Knowledge Pile, which is engaging with the communities. IDC funded them. I wasn't there when they funded them originally. But they funded them, and so they are busy working with communities, working in the energy space, and doing asset management in that space as well. So it's just so exciting to see people who have researched, who've worked hard, who've worked like tortoises in the industry. And I can tell you, even now, they haven't made money really. They can live on what they're doing. But that is the point. You don't get rich overnight. It takes a long time for the real returns to come through. The other company I want to share with you is called, I actually didn't write them. Let me just see where it is. Gosh. My notes are all over the show. I think give me a few minutes so that I can just, it's called Isondo, but I want to get their full name. Anybody knows about Isondo? It's called Isondo Precious Metals. These are people who came out. I know them as well, because when I had my first stint at Implats, one of them was an executive at Implats. So in 2013, he decided to go out. And they are building fuel cells and what they call electrolyzers. And again, the DTIC and IDC have been supporting them. They are trying hard to get funding from the private sector. And so they've been talking to the likes. Maybe I should refer them to you. I don't know if they've spoken to Sasso, but they've been, because they haven't talked on that side of the fence. They've been talking to the platinum side of the equation. So again, you can see both companies started 2013, and how many years is that now? It's 9 years. And they're not out of the woods at all, but they are really, I've got confidence in them. I believe that they will crack it and that they are showing signs of cracking it. Challenges, although I was not asked to deal with challenges, I think it's important to just say is that funding shouldn't be your first port of call. You must have, because funders want to see whether you can succeed. So it means that the banks won't fund you. Even the DFIs like the IDC won't fund you without security. So if you don't have security, what are you going to do? You may be able to get maybe somebody like Morris to help you with seed funding, you know. And seed funding doesn't have to be cash. He may give you a small office, you know, in his sprawling building or whatever. So you've got to really be very creative about how you're doing things. And again, drawing from my own experiences, as Beuduna, we've been sub-lodging on other people who have kind of groomed us as their enterprise development. And even after 15 years, we're still with them. And so you may be able to grow using your networks. It's very important that you look at your networks. Almost time, I'm wrapping up. I did want to touch, because I've written about the issue of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And I wanted to quote, and Dr. has already dealt with that, around coal. Because if you look at Exxaro and you look at the profits, they made bumper profits this year. And if you look at the other companies and all of them are using the coal to move into the space. So you want to read about them, but as you know, they are making a lot of money out of coal. And I wouldn't rush like the minister. I also say we don't have to rush out of coal. We've got to find a proper way to transition. And the Russia-Ukraine war, as has been stated, has shown us what's happened throughout the world in Germany has shown us, and all the other places. So it's so important for us to understand that you do not have to go to big companies and be a black face, because they can get a black face anyway. There's about 40 million of us black people. So that is not the point. The point is that you have something to give. And as long as an industry makes money, people won't leave it. As long as it makes money, because we're in business to make profits. And you've always got to remember that it's not because they like your face. It's because you can enable them to make profit. And so you've got to say, how can I be enabled to make profit? So thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Olaine. I'm going to just adjust the program a bit, and I'm going to give our third speaker an opportunity to make some remarks, because we are speaking about renewables, green hydrogen. We've gotten the perspective from what is possible coming out of the electricity crisis plan. We've got the perspective of an equity participant, minority shareholder, but also sitting on boards. And then what came out in all of this is that it's not just about renewables and energy transition. It's about abatement of hard-to-abate sectors. And so I'm going to ask Ipeleng Selele if she can just give some key remarks about application within the mobility sector.
I hope I'm audible. Thank you so much, Ntato. And firstly, maybe let me also just express my gratitude, Ntato Morris, for always being so honorable. And yeah, anytime when you shout, we jump. And also to Priscilla. Priscilla, thank you very much for always thinking of us and the impact that you've made. And you continue to do so. You don't realize it, but actually you do. Also just to acknowledge a few key leaders, Mem Janku, thank you so much for being such an inspiration to us. It is always comforting for us to know that we rest on the shoulders of giants. And sometimes, in fact, in most cases, it is through your authenticity, like many of them, like Mam Salu, Me Louisa Mojela, Me Daphne Mashile Nkosi, we watch you. Thank you so much for always being there for us. So I think it's quite important to acknowledge our leaders. And I'm watching Mam Tandi and really appreciating how authentic you are. And I've always believed that leadership has got to start with authenticity. Thank you so much, Ma, for being an inspiration. Because we don't have to shy away from being mothers, from being wives, from all those things, and only be about business women. Thank you for inspiring us. Now, maybe I'm going to touch on, maybe just spend a few seconds on how we started our business, because I think it's important for people to understand how we got to where we are. When we started RS Investment, we started in the oceans economy. And when we got into the oceans economy, in fact, I'm so glad, Ntato, that you are there. You are here as the chairperson of the SAMSA. So when we got into the oceans economy, we understood that more than 95% of our trade actually is seaborne. Now, when you understand that statistic, you are referring to it, Prof. Loazi, to say the supply chain really is seaborne, right? So if you understand shipping, if you understand the ports, if you understand the interconnectivity, because we can talk about renewables, components, everything else, but without maritime, we can pack and go home. Because what facilitates that is actually the maritime infrastructure, right? So we started there. And having understood that, I mean, all of us were just referring to doing your homework and research and taking our time. And I'm also one of the tortoises, by the way, because I thought it's quite important for us to understand what we're doing thoroughly. So maritime, the oceans economy, we understand the important role it plays. And I'm glad sometimes that in challenges, that's when people wake up and understand and appreciate sectors that play a very important role and how much they contribute towards our GDP. Of course, we have been talking about how our commodities are unable to leave the country because of some inefficiencies, right? And it's only when people wake up now, because the mining companies' commodities are now, you are stockpiling, your commodities can't leave the ports, and also COVID got us to appreciate the importance of that supply chain. That when it's disrupted, the results of it, really, it's painful. Now, we started there in the oceans economy, and then within that value chain, which is so wide, by the way, it's ports, it's shipping, it's maritime law, it's services, it's bunkering. And when, I mean, we've been talking about green hydrogen, I'll get to the value chain just now, because it's important that when you talk about opportunities, we understand the value chain. I think one of the key things that you actually taught me, that Maurice, which you probably don't realize, you said to us a few years ago, actually right here, you said, if you do not understand the value chain, you are not going to be specific. So we know we talk about being smart, specific, measurable, achievable, targeted, right? Because if you are not specific, I mean, to Mam Tandi's point earlier on, you're all over the place. So you taught me that we also need to understand how other champions got into the sector, one. How did they, because you have to be curious. So you look at all these champions and say, I want to understand all these successful people. What made them successful? You actually shared how a lot of, I mean, you used many great people. Mkhuseli, from Kalulo, Ntate Mashudu. You taught us, by the way, that do you know how black business people got into the sector? Because if you don't understand that, again, you are all over the place. So that's one thing that stuck with me. Because again, it speaks to benchmarking, right? And after oceans, we got into our oceans economy, we decided to be focused. We chose gas. So we said, whilst we do port services, we want to go into LPG gas. Because if you talk about offshore, again, green hydrogen, we talk about water and desalination. The sea plays a very important role. Now that's us. And if you look at, I mean, I visited Antwerp in Belgium, because one of the key things that I also talk to entrepreneurs about is going on a fact-finding mission. Because fact-finding mission, particularly if we are saying that green hydrogen, it's gaining traction and it's an emergent economy, right? So we can't sit here in fancy offices in Sentin and not doing fact-finding missions to go to Germany and see how have they done it, where the mistakes have been made, so that we avoid those mistakes. That's one. Two, I hear people talking about big, big projects. I mean, unless you are Sasso or you're any other conglomerate, then you can talk about big things. But for us, I'm saying, guys, let's pilot. It is important to pilot our projects. So at RRS, again, because we are tortoises, we are piloting most of our green hydrogen projects, because we're saying, I mean, I don't have billions and billions of money. So where we are now is in Saldanha, because we started our LPG business in Saldanha, we are now going into piloting and mobility, of course, within green hydrogen. And why is that? On the back of our business, because we move iron ore and we also move manganese into Namibia. We looked at what we're doing as a business to hold on. If I'm moving iron ore and I'm moving manganese out of Northern Cape into Namibia. Of course, it's maritime again. Don't think it's rail, but it's maritime because it's interconnectivity. So we decided to open up a new corridor because, again, we talk about regional integration. We're very Pan-African at RS, I have to say. So for us, it was, how do we open up a new corridor? And how did we do that? We say, okay, we can move commodities. Luckily, we've got off-takes. Secondly, how do we then acquire our own rolling stock? But on the back of this rolling stock, there are three key things in mobility. It is trucking, because as we all know, you have to road haul. If your rail system is not necessarily up to scratch, you road haul from the mine to a certain point, you stockpile, you've got a warehouse, you then hand it over to the drivers to put it into the railway system, and then they take it into Namibia. So Walvis Bay and Luderitz. So on the back of that, because we're in a maritime organization, we charter ships, so vessels, to be able to move that. You think green hydrogen. Now I'm going to be very specific about opportunities. And there's a slide that I actually asked that it was, they could show us that slide so that we can see, because remember we've got upstream, midstream, as well as downstream. So I wanted to just touch on the opportunities, at least within the midstream and downstream, because that's where we play as RS. Now, on the back of that mobility, we said, you can't only just be moving commodity. We want to decarbonize. So part of decarbonizing, and of course reducing the emissions, we said, okay, we're going to use the very same assets to actually retrofit, because there's retrofitting, there's refueling, where you put up now refueling stations. We're busy trying to put up refueling stations because our Saldanha a pilot project includes putting up a refueling station to enable our trucks that are moving our off-takes on the back of our concession, on the back of our rolling stock, right? We're saying, truck ABC, you will come and refuel here because you're part of our value chain. Not only do we do that, we also have a project where we're decarbonizing 3 ports in Namibia. And how we got involved again in Namibia 10 years ago, we started working with Namport. And how we got to work with Namport, so we're working with 4 parties actually in Namibia. So we've got Namport, we've got Namco, because we actually just did an unsolicited proposal to say we'd like to use one of their retail stations to actually pilot a green hydrogen mobility business. And then we also work with TransNamib, which is the Namibian rail SOE. So, and then the 4th one, so it's Namport, it's Namco, it's Namdoc. So you talk about bunkering. That's why that slide, where is that slide? Is it there? Because when you look at the future of green hydrogen, it actually lies, 30% of it, I think, or 30 to 40%, it's actually offshore again, where you're talking about bunkering, because I'm not only going to now be doing shipping. On the back of that, I will do bunkering, but I will use LNG and green hydrogen, right? So I'm sharing this very slowly to understand how methodical we have been and thinking our business model through on the back of our key competency. And what we have done recently, we've got a colleague of mine, Busi Mati, who is looking after our digital technology business. Has always been focusing on cybersecurity and then artificial intelligence. And talking about partnerships in Tato, because we're talking about collaborations and partnerships, in the midst of all that, we understood that if you want to be the best, you better work with the best. So we chose partners that are brilliant at what they do. We chose to operate with the countries that are brilliant at what they do to ensure that our learnings are embedded by excellence. Now, a key example of maritime, who work with Ports of Singapore, we started an office in Singapore 10 years ago, where we work with them on the port side, and then port services side, and then thirdly on digital economy. Because Singapore, guys, you can Google, right? Whether you're taking Singapore Airline, whether you're taking Changi Airport, whether you're taking PSA, which is Ports of Singapore, guys, Singapore is Singapore. You don't have to oversell Singapore. So for us, it was important to work with the best. So that's what we did when it comes to partnerships. Secondly, we also came across a great company in Germany that actually manufactures the modular units. And the modular units for LNG and also modular units for LPG in the communities. I'm glad, Prof. Lwazi, you spoke about clean cooking. Because we understood a while back, I remember when I started engaging with Ntate Morisal Kosasol, presenting our LPG business model, if you remember the modular units. for us, it was because we understood that it's a social product. And because it's a social product, who are the key users of LPG? It is women, right? It is women. So, in the midst of that, we work very closely with the communities. We actually did an interesting project with Bidvest in Richards Bay where we're helping BidTank to develop their midstream and downstream business. And we're doing it with the communities. We're busy doing it right now again in Mossel Bay, where we're working with the communities in Mossel Bay and training SMMEs within LPG. So guys, for me, it's really about, and again, I'm talking about being methodical. It's a pity that my slide has not been found. But I think for me, it's just being methodical, because when you look at the value chain, you say LPG, CNG, LNG, green hydrogen. They speak to each other, right? You look at now the infrastructure. What facilitates that? Yeah? The others can do the grid stuff. I mean, I serve on the Siemens Energy Board, and my colleague here, Thabo, is here, and they are transmission and generations people. So at least at a board level, I'm learning a lot about transmission and generation. So I'm serving on Siemens Energy Board. I serve on the Telkom Board. I also serve on Satsanga FinTech Board. So interesting combination again, because when you look at Telkom and you look at their assets and how they can decarbonize, one can add value. So I'm just alluding to these things, ladies and gentlemen, to say it is crucial to be methodical. We've got to think our things through, and we've got to be specific in terms of where exactly am I going to operate in. So for us, green hydrogen, as I said, we're in Saldanha, we're piloting from a mobility perspective, and we will be in Northern Cape, because we cannot now continue to transport iron ore and manganese and not participate in the Northern Cape. So as I said, it's refueling, it is being able to retrofit, because that conversion is going to be quite crucial, and then also we have to ensure that the components in terms of servicing also play quite an important role. So I'm going to leave it at that, but I'll be happy to obviously engage a lot further. That's from me, Ntato. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ipeleng. The slide never came, so we're just going to have to email it and distribute it and post it onto the website. What's interesting, Ipeleng, about what you're saying is you're far ahead of the curve. UK has a carbon border tax coming in, and you are decarbonizing port logistics. So if you think of the two key inputs into decarbonizing any product that needs to leave this country, it's going to be energy, and it's going to be logistics, infrastructure, getting it out. And you're already at the forefront of decarbonizing, definitely, on the port logistics side. Mind you, the UK carbon border tax, I think they're starting with their assessments and getting a sense of how much how carbon-intensive products coming into, the EU will be in about April next year, and in about 2 or 3 years, South Africa is going to pay a premium on anything that it exports to the EU that's carbon intensive. And that's part of what's driving this rush to ensure we decarbonize energy, and then you're already at the forefront on the ports and logistics side. So thank you for that. We do have a video now from our head of the Namibia regulator. I'm assuming this is our regulator, the regulator for the energy sector, Mr. Pinehas Mutota. He wasn't able to be here today, but we actually wanted to get a sense. And if you heard Ipeleng's playing in Namibia. So she's doing the regional integration bit. She's doing the complementary bit between South Africa and Namibia. But Namibia is a case study for all of us about what a country's capable of doing in terms of pivoting around the energy sector, enabling regulations, enabling policy environments, to attract investors, and to effectively just become a mover, quietly become a mover and a shaker in the region. So I'm hoping the video for Mr. Mutota will be screened now, and we can get a sense of what our counterparts are doing next door. While they're still screening this, I think what I'm taking also from this panel is maybe we should all do our board work and get some Institute of Directors qualifications, because these boards are very important places to sit in terms of being able to aggregate opportunities and get at least a bird's eye view of what's going on. And we all know there's surely not enough Black board members in South Africa. So yeah, I must say that an opportunity I hear coming out of all of the speakers is, if you keep hearing them on this board and this board and this board and this board, get your IOD certification and go and make yourself competitive as a board member.
Excited to be here virtually. Unfortunately, I could not be with you today, but I recorded this message in terms of my understanding of the summit, and just to give you a bit of my understanding and thinking around how women, or what role that the women play in the energy industry, specifically in the renewable energy, of course the new industry that has been spoken about, the green hydrogen. My name is Phineas Ndola. I'm from Windhoek, Namibia. I work for the Electricity Control Board of Namibia. I'm the General Manager for Economic Regulation. I've been in the industry for about 20 years now, in the regulations sector. And my specialty is more on the market, electricity market. So perhaps looking at maybe just as a foundation, or maybe just as a guide in terms of the awareness that we are talking about and the role that the women can play in the energy sector. I think time and time again, people think of it in more of a professional manner. What sort of industries can I work in, and so forth and so forth. But we tend to forget that it's the women and the children and everybody else in the rural areas that has a role to play in the energy sector. It doesn't only relate to engineers or energy economists, but it relates as to how do we improve the livelihood of people in the rural areas. How do they get to access modern energy technologies and so forth? So in a nutshell, my belief is that the role that the women can play in the energy sector is the same role that the men can play in the energy sector. There is no limitation. I think it is coming from the fact that the industry has been dominated mainly by men, but I am happy that women are also coming into the sector. If I give an example, in Namibia, one of the green hydrogen company, HFD, is being spearheaded by two young Namibian women. And it is an indication that there's no limitation in terms of where can a woman or a young person participate. But specifically, maybe I must move a bit in terms of specifics. My experience has always been that in the renewable sector, I mean, in Namibia, we have about 24% installed capacity of renewable that is coming from renewable energy. The past 5 years, we've seen about 18 independent power producers coming online. I mean, in a very small country as Namibia, which only has about 2.5 people, and the maximum demand of about 640 megawatts. I think that is a very good indication of how private sector can also come in. But in most cases, most of these IPPs, there are also women participation as shareholders. But we mustn't only look at it in the bigger projects. I think there is a bigger opportunity in the distributed energy renewable sector in terms of commercial and building installation of solar rooftop and so forth. This is where smaller businesses can also thrive. And these are some of the businesses where, of course, it's capital intensive, but the return, or not the return, but the return of the capital is much more on a shorter period. What I'm trying to say is that, I mean, you can put up an installation of about maybe 20 million and that installation can be constructed in about 12, maybe less than 12 months. So, but if you are going to be building something of 20 million, it's probably going to be more than 12 months. So the turnover in terms of this, and it can be made at a very smaller scale. So what I'm trying to say is that we mustn't only look at the bigger projects. Young people and entrepreneurs, and especially women that we are speaking, or the summit is all about here, is that we should be looking at the smaller projects. In Namibia, we have seen about 70 megawatt of rooftop installation, which is about 9% of our installed capacity. So if you take the 70%, the 70 megawatts, it is smaller installations that are done by smaller companies that have maybe technician, 2 technicians, and what they are doing is that they are installing these systems on rooftops. So in terms of opportunities in the renewable energy sector, for me personally, I think that we shouldn't only be looking at the bigger projects. We must be looking at the smaller projects also. There is an opportunity there. There is an opportunity for one to access also capital in terms of when you need to get capital and perhaps do an installation for a solar installation. But moving away from solar installations, distributed electricity resources, we can also, if one is thinking from an academic perspective, there is a variety of academics or qualifications that one can actually get into. But these things, of course, it will need to be cemented by some sort of experience. We need to get into the industry and start working with the existing entities. But what I've also looked at is that in terms of green hydrogen is a big thing in Namibia. We have, government has actually, it's part of our national development plans. It is coming from the head of state. There is a green hydrogen council. Everybody is on. But there is also a lot of questions in terms of how do we participate? Not only women, but everybody in general. Because when they hear green hydrogen, all we hear is this big and fancy word. But there is an opportunity. There is an opportunity, as I have indicated, that in Namibia, for instance, we have a renewable energy sector that is thriving. There is an opportunity for those that are involved in the existing renewable or solar PV or wind projects to be the one that are supplying services and products to when we need to generate electricity for green hydrogen. When one speaks, people will want, or people have partnered up with providers and suppliers of solar panels and solar equipment, for instance. Wind turbines. But have we even considered partnering up with the suppliers of electrolyzers and so on? And it does not also end in the bigger projects. When you look at these projects, there are smaller items that are also needed in terms of where are the people that are going to be constructing these sites? Where are they going to be accommodated? What are they going to be eating? What services do they need? Services such as electronics, any other added services that the industries will need. It can be during construction, it can be after construction. So as a young person, I tend to believe that there are bigger opportunities when you look at the value additions to the bigger picture. Transportation, for instance. So these are some of the things that I feel that perhaps we as young people can actually exploit and get into, so that we can also add value as opposed to waiting for those bigger projects, the 100 megawatts, the 1,000 megawatts, and so forth. We must position ourselves so that we are able to service these industries when they are in our areas, when they are in our localities, so that we will be able then to say, okay, fine, I'm able to save, to do maybe some sort of accommodation, whatever it is. So that is also now the benefit that is being brought by the energy industry. But at the end of the day, I think the discussion is more as to how do we then make energy available to those that do not have access to modern energy. Will the green hydrogen also then be able then to take us a step further into making available energy resources to our communities? Perhaps yes, perhaps no, but I believe that, for instance, in Namibia with the green hydrogen, where we are going to be generating a lot of electricity and then producing green hydrogen, ammonia and stuff. Government through taxes and through other revenue mechanisms is going to get additional revenue that then will be able to electrify our areas. The one thing that perhaps of interest to me is that if then when this grant projects takes off and then Namibia or South Africa is getting revenue and whatever you are getting, what are we going to be using that money? Are we going to be using it in other sectors, or do we then sort out the energy needs for the country first? Because of course in South Africa you are lucky enough, or you are fortunate enough that you are probably above 80% electrified, or people have 80% of the nation have access to electricity. In Namibia, it's not the case. So those are some of the discussions that needs then to come in so that the nation as a whole can then benefit from these initiatives. But all in all, what I think, I believe that young people, women, men, everybody has the same ability and an opportunity to contribute. And I think it shouldn't even just be about the women, but I do believe and I do understand that I think Maurice's statement was, or it was one of the statements that women and children in rural areas are energy producers because they tend to be working a lot. They go in the field, they go and collect wood, and then they do all sorts of daily activities, meaning that they are the ones who are producing energy. When a woman or a child is walking to a well to get water, how efficient is that? They are using energy. So the idea is that we should come up with mechanisms, and it's from entrepreneurship that we should come up with mechanisms how to make life easier for everybody in rural areas, not only in rural areas, but also in urban areas. But once we get there, how do we then use that energy effectively and productively? How do we make not only our life easier, but how do we generate an income out of it? Because in my country, there are some areas that were electrified. We are given about 10 units of electricity after electrification has been concluded. You go and check after 6 months, the person still has 6 units of electricity. They've only used 4. So was it really worth it? Are we using that electricity productively? So I think in a nutshell, those are some of the comments that I have that I wanted maybe perhaps to share. It would have been, I'm sure that it would have been a good engagement if it was, if I was also amongst you there, and then we can engage on some of these issues. But I think there is an opportunity, and I think the future is promising in terms of renewable energy and, of course, green hydrogen. When we speak of energy, of course, there has been some discoveries in South Africa. I think, if I'm not mistaken, if it's Totan or it's Shell who discovered some gas reserves. Not long after that, Namibia has also discovered some oil reserves. As young people, how involved are we to understand what is happening? Are we also ready to contribute? Are we ready to also be part of those discussions and make it happen? Or are we only waiting for somebody to come and tell us that it's proven, the reserves is fine, and this is what we are going to be taking out? Or are we equipping ourselves academically and just by pure reading, by pure education ourselves, what it is that is there and how we do benefit? I think at the end, we shouldn't wait for somebody to come and tell us what we should be doing. I mean, there should be guidance, but it should come from ourselves. Again, I think there's a lot of opportunities. I know that watching a video for a long time might be a bit boring, but I think as a contribution, that is my part that I just wanted to share with you, that there are enough opportunities and the discussion should continue. This is a good platform for sharing of ideas, and it shouldn't end here. So I would just like to take this opportunity to wish you all the best, and I'm sure that the discussions are going to be fruitful. And if there's anything that you probably would like to follow up with me or with Namibia specifically, please feel free to contact or get the contacts from the colleagues, and we can engage. On the last front is that maybe the one thing that I did not speak on is the issue of legislation and policies. It is very important that our governments put in the legislations and the policies in place for us as young people also to get involved. If the policies and the legislations are not conducive enough for us to participate, we will remain outside. But policy formulation, legislation formulation should not only be left to a certain group of stakeholders. In Namibia, we have opened up the electricity market. We call it the modified single buyer market. And it means that all customers or specific customers can buy electricity from their source where they want. Why it's happening and why it is not that of a challenge is because it's legislated. People seem to understand it. And it's from that perspective that the broader legislation must be in place, policy must be in place, and things will start moving. With those few words, again, I wish you all the best, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity. Next time, I promise that I will be there in person with you to engage on some of these things. Thank you very much.
So I'm aware it's been a very long session. We're going to take 15 minutes only of Q&A from the floor, and then we're going to break for a 45-minute, they said an hour, but I think that's excessive, a 45-minute lunch break so that we can refresh ourselves to come back for the last session, which will also be a keynote as well as a panel discussion, panel of 2. So it's not going to be full house, it's not going to be a streetwise 5, it's only going to be a streetwise 2 in the last session. So we will take questions in increments of 3 for any of the panelists, and we are just looking for the share of hands from the colleagues in the room. Anybody with a question, with a remark? No dissertations. We've got our resident academic and academic, so sweet and short, 14 characters. Tweet mode, please. There's a hand at the back.
Good morning. My name is Johnny from the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce. The question basically I had earlier on actually, that was talking about Namibia kind of eating South Africa's lunch, I think. The question that I have actually for all the people who presented, the reason why I'm actually here today is because our chamber is opening a Women Entrepreneurship Center, starting with South Africa, looking into expanding to about 10 or 15 other countries as well. So when you hear the conversation around the AFCFTA in South Africa, there are people who are scared about it, and those who are actually talking about the opportunities in the space are not even telling people where to go. Whose job is it, really? Is it the private sector's job? Is it government's job? Is it the entrepreneur's job to empower and train South African women to benefit from what CFTA is, a market of 1.4 billion people, has? Is it about lunch being eaten, or is it about South African women eating that lunch? So that's the question. Thank you.
There's a guy in the front. We're taking 3 questions. There's a gentleman in the front. Can you just raise your hand so they can see you? Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Sevese. Well, my question is around the opportunity. Where, for instance, even in the presentation that was done by Lwazi, that there's still an opportunity. But I mean, the reality of the matter is that 2 things that you primarily need to chase those opportunities will be the land and also the capital. And also to what the colleague from Namibia spoke about, that you'll find that there's people that you give electricity, but at a later stage you find that they haven't really used it. But then the question for me will always be to say, where then do you strike the balance? Because the reality of the matter is that no one would want to go and chase the opportunity that is not going to have the returns back. And what would really happen, for instance, in those areas that are not currently either electrified or don't have any form of energy, you'll find that it becomes more of a social project than the actual business opportunity. Now, one has to find the balance in terms of how do we then finance this project so that it becomes economic viable things and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. And then right next to you, there's a lady.
My question is to Ipileng. It's about bunkering. How do you find the market for bunkering? And isn't the bunkering process or pricing different? So if you're doing shipping, how do you then enter bunkering into your shipping business?
Okay, so we've had our first 3 questions. I'm going to direct the first question on whose job is it to prepare South African women to you, Ndate Maurice. And then there's a question about a comment and sort of kind of question around land and capital. You know, how do you chase? There'll be constraints to chasing opportunities. And Sis Thandi, if you can just respond to the gentleman. And then, of course, Ipileng on the bunkering question.
Thank you very much, facilitator. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you for that question. Whose job is it to? I think the answer is very simple. It's all our job. Every one of us, everyone of us has got an area of influence. I've got an area of influence first when I was in the energy industry, and I made it my job to make sure that whether you in the service station building, there's Mam Kaiya now, is running a service station as a woman, and there's a lot of women initiatives that we make sure that we get people get into the service stations. It is Priscilla's job now. She's a big shot in the energy industry. But each one of us in the academic space, Lwazi, yes, we've basically made sure that, the program in diploma in energy management and masters, we push a lot of women to come in here. There's Thabo here, Siemens. It's very important that Siemens also drive that. There's Blessing there, who's for stand-up Blessing there that they can see you. There's Blessing is looking at the ULP talent search to see whether there's people who, how do you place people in their careers? And geez, there's a lot of people here that are here. So I think this is a massive, all hands on deck, man, all hands on deck. You cannot say it's government, because if you start putting it to the hands of government, who's only in this card, but anyway, don't put, actually, it's my mission in life now, in the latter half, it's just to make government to become less. I must be very careful here. Let me just use the word. Who of you knows the president of Sweden? Raise up your hand. Only one person. Why? But the economy of Sweden is running. It has made politicians to be not become the alpha and omega of everything that we do. It makes you, ordinary citizens, to run the country. Yeah. In Italy, yeah. He's been in Hangpal for many years, but you all go to Venice and go to... What are we doing? It's all of us must play a role in making a difference and lift, as Bonang would say, as we rise. That would be my answer.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I think it's my time to stretch. Stand. Yeah, thank you. I hope I got your question right. Where you asked about how do you access these opportunities. For instance, you quote land, or you talk about people who don't have electricity. Is that the gist of your question?
It's more about the balance between the economy and the social elements of it.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Maybe because I came with a brief that I'm talking to entrepreneurs and people in business. So my talk hasn't been around the balance. But if we were to talk about the balance, then it would be very interesting. For instance, the fracking issue. Another hat I wear is that of the chair of the Legal Resources Center that acted in the case against Shell. And that is about the balance. And the courts clearly decided, and I believe that we don't have to get to the courts. And most of the time, there is a reach out for negotiations, for engagement. And then if the other party does not, because of the balance of power, doesn't listen to you, you go to court. So it's quite important to understand that, as I said, people are either you are an executive around the room, or you are an entrepreneur, or you are a social activist. So if you are a social activist, maybe the conversation here has not talked directly to you. And if you are a social activist representing communities, then you are on the side of beneficiaries rather than the side of producers. And so it's quite important with ESG, which is central at the moment in the lexicon, in the boardrooms, that it's not just nicely produced reports for the listing requirements, but that the issues around the communities are properly addressed. And hence I said in the boardroom, that is, I'm the prefect for that part. So it's quite important, as you said, that in the boardrooms, you are there to make sure that you drive the transformation, not just the gender, not just the race, but you must drive the issue that we are here as business in this country and we have host communities. So we've got to engage with host communities in a way that, as Dr. Ngubevana said, that there is restorative justice. In the room, in the business rooms, they don't want to talk about restorative justice. And at GIPS, sorry, vets, I'm on the advisory panel. I mean, I was invited by vets to be on the advisory panel, but then they dumped me. So GIPS, keeps asking me. But we've been talking a lot around this issue of restorative justice and how to manage it. So your question is quite pertinent, but we didn't address it in this forum.
Thank you. Maybe just to add to the 2 pointers, Ntato, I mean, AFCFTA, talking about all hands on deck, it is crucial. It is all our responsibility. Wherever you are sitting, you've got to be able to play your part. And also lessen your expectation. I think sometimes we have so many expectations. Oh, Priscilla, please can you do me a favor? I must do my part. Priscilla is going to do her part. Date Morris is going to do his part. So I think it's quite crucial. But I also think exposure is very important. I think we also need to spend more time going into other markets and spending time just to understand what goes on there. Because it's one thing to sit here in Joburg and put together a business plan and say, I want to do business in Namibia. Sometimes when I ask South Africans, so you say you're doing business in Ghana, where exactly are you doing business in Ghana? No, in Accra, but Ghana is big. It's not about Accra. So I think it's important that we spend time in markets just to make sure that we understand what goes on there. And another key thing which I think is important is that balance and social. I'll just share a quick example of how we do it. With every project that we do, we embed a social aspect to it. And you quantify what does that mean and who's going to pay for that cost. So it means when you go into a project, you are clear that this bid is our bread and butter, but this bid, I cannot come from the township like I do. I come from Mangaung, Bloemfontein. I cannot have been to the UK, got my education, went to INSEAD and Oxford, and come back and simply do not work within the communities where I was born. So I think especially for us black business, I mean, for me, it's a no-brainer. You've got to leave it. It doesn't even have to be a paper. We talk about ESG. We live and breathe ESG. In fact, they only conceptualize it much later. But some of us were born. Those environments made us to be who we are today, right? So I think you make it a way of life, and it mustn't just be a paper thing or in a meetings thing. Just walk the talk, and it will speak for itself later. Because I think that's a story of tortoises. Generally, people get to learn more about what you've done 20, 30 years later, but it's okay. And then coming to bunkering, Transnet, they're the ones who issue licenses. You have to apply for a license. Once you've got your license, and it comes with so many conditions, my dear. So they'll ask you, it has a list of the requirements and the criteria. But what's important is also identifying a technical partner. So in our case, we identified a great Singaporean technical partner. And again, when you understand that certain nations are shipping nations, like the Greeks, right? A lot of shipping companies come from Greece and then Singapore. And that's why many trading hubs have offices in Singapore. So that's actually the bunkering hub. So, and again, I think Professor Loazis said it so well. When you look at maritime and our coastal line, we're at the center. So you can't go to the east or west without passing our shores. So when you understand that, then you go and work with the countries that are good at it. Within that context, then you identify a very good technical partner. But again, as Professor Loazis said, watch out for the conditions, because it comes with a lot of conditions. So don't sell your soul, okay? Don't sell your soul, because a lot of those conditions also, it's like you are Waitekisa. Refuse to Waitekisa, because there will come a time where a partner will respect you on an equal footing as a partner, not someone that they're looking to use. So watch out for that. Thank you.
Okay, it's now 12:30, so we finished the session, and I'll just wrap up of some of the key insights that came out of this session. And then I think we have some gifts to give. So can the colleagues please bring the gifts up? I'm going to put them into hashtag mode. Remember, 14 characters, no dissertations. Hashtag crisis is opportunity. Hashtag follow your passion. Hashtag all hands on deck. Hashtag do your homework. Follow-up hashtag. Go into other markets. Hashtag entrepreneurial mindset. And then, in fact, that's the last hashtag, and I wanted to comment on that because as everyone was speaking, I realized that black tax is hard because we're earning salaries and not because we're running businesses and doing ESG in our communities. And so perhaps entrepreneurial mindsets where there isn't an expectation that someone's going to do it for us, but we create enabling environments, such as we do at this platform, to share information, to open up the networks, to share the opportunities, and then each one must own one and leave no one behind in ensuring that women participate as much as possible in all the opportunities we discussed today. So I think on that basis, we can wrap up this session. I want to say thank you very much. I don't see the gifts, so I assume we will do the gifts as everybody else is walking out, and we'll just take some photos before everybody on the panel leaves. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. We'll be back in the room at 1:15. that's the price for offering to volunteer on a Saturday for something of Priscilla's. Okay, back to the program. We have had a bit of a, we've had to make a few changes to the program around lunch, and we'll have that after the second session. The second session is going to be very efficient. I am conscious it is a Saturday. We do want to get out and still get some sunlight, and the rest of us still need to find our kids wherever they are and catch up with what they're doing for the day. We are now going to have an input. We're now going to have an input via Zoom by the, I don't see why I don't see on the program, but by the head of the CETA, responsible for our industry, Ms. Mpho Moikapele, who's going to speak about renewals in green hydrogen and implications for skilling and capability building. Because she's joined us on Zoom, we're not going to be able to have Q&A afterwards, so she's just going to share her inputs. Mpho, please, can we limit it to 15 minutes? And then from there, we will then go into a discussion with Ndate Tabashe. Mpho, can you hear us? There she is. Hi, Mpho. So, Mpho, we can see you. Can you hear us? Team at the back, AV, I don't think that Mpho can hear us. Can you hear us?
Good morning, if it's still morning. It's actually just past morning. Good morning, and I'm not sure if I'm on or if I'm talking to self. If someone can just give me a thumbs up for me to continue. All right, cool. Thank you very much, and good morning to all the delegates and to all the sponsors, and thank you very much for inviting us as EWCETA to join and participate in the very important discussion. I was wishing that I could be with everyone in the room today, but I am. We are going to peel the carrots, and I'm hoping everyone is well. Talking today about opportunities for women in the, and I'm gonna just generally say in the energy sector, in the industry and in the energy transition and the move and the happenings. Very critical conversation to. For us today. I was attending a One Young World summit in Manchester, and that's why I'm in London today. And one of the key items that sat on the agenda was climate change, ethical leadership. And Africa, I met with a couple of African delegates, and one of the biggest conversations we're having was, what is Africa's agenda when it comes to decarbonization, and what is Africa's agenda when it comes to the transition itself as a developing country, as a country that has a high number of unemployed youth, and where unemployment is rising, where we've got a significant dependency on fossil fuel, where we haven't industrialized like the other economies that industrialize on fossil fuel. And the current conversation has sort of an assumption of we are all on equal footing and we should all be moving at the same pace. And really that it becomes a very emotional discussion when we talk about greening, a very emotional discussion when we talk about unemployment. And I've been listening to some of the speakers in the room who've been talking to the fact that we are decarbonizing, there is carbon tax, and every time I hear that, I'm thinking about the impact and the implication on Africa. We're talking about green financing, we're talking about green bonds, and we're talking about there's a number of finance and regulations that are coming in that are aligned to decarbonization, and I don't know where we sit as Africa and South Africa specifically. There was a speaker who talked about creating an enabling environment in South Africa, and the question I'm always asking myself is, what are we enabling? And my discussion today from Energy and Water Seat is really talking about capacity building. How do we ensure that we've got a ground where we've got young people, not only young people, also young people who are unemployed, we have access to education so they can meaningfully participate in the hydrogen economy, or whether in the energy, in the renewable energy space, or still even to meaningfully participate in the fossil fuel space, because our energy mix has fossil fuel. And ours is to look at that from a identifying the skills needs that are required in the country. We also look at the qualifications that are required in the country. Once we've looked at qualifications, we also look at how do we fund people to access those training opportunities, and beyond accessing training opportunities, access to meaningful jobs in our country. That is for unemployed when we're looking at access, and beyond access, we also look at those who are currently employed. And I like what one of the speakers mentions is we don't know what is happening and where things are happening and when they will be happening. And we often wake up late when it's announced and when it's a public announcement. And meanwhile, certain people have readied themselves. They've gotten capital ready. They've got partners. They've got international backing, or even local backing. And one of the areas we want to look at is that how do we also capacitate those who are currently in the space, who are employed or who are running businesses, specifically SMMEs, so that they have the knowledge, and also that they are ready to also participate in that. I'm going to specifically talk about the hydrogen economy. And the question becomes, I know that a lot of the time when we talk about the SETAs, we think about learnerships, we think about bursaries, but it's not where we end. And maybe we might have sort of promoted that narrative as SETAs. But what we really need to be doing as a SETA is to ensure that when we are transitioning, when we are building the country that we say we want, when we are building the Africa that we say we want, when we look at the Agenda 2063, we've got the capability within the country to build that Africa. As we are moving right now, for me, is that my thoughts, and actually what I'm just bringing today, is that we are going to be to blame in the next 10 years or in the next 20 years when the next generation says, let's address the masses, let's address the failures of the previous leadership that was in place 10 years ago. And let's have opportunities, and let's have BEE or a special transaction so that we bring young people in, or we bring women in, or we bring Black people in. And we can only address that today through policies. Many of us are sitting in positions of policy, of setting policies, informing legislation, informing regulation, assisting in even understanding. See, there's a huge challenge right now when you look at transmission and how are we going to be wheeling electricity onto the grid? What are the regulations that are required? And we are at the table when we're having those discussions. And ours as EWC says that how do we capacitate managers to meaningfully participate so that we are working towards that country that we want to see. So we, from an EWC perspective, that's what we do. We identify the skills that are required and verification development. And I'm talking with women in mind, and yes, not only women, but specifically with women in mind. We are seeing in the energy space a trend of international qualifications that are required in order for people to understand what is happening. In the hydrogen space, we are seeing a lot of short courses that aren't accredited in South Africa. Yes, some are being developed, and yes, there are some, maybe few that are existing. But in a trend where, in order for you to fully understand what's happening, we got to look outside. And that also has a bigger challenge for us, because there's only a few that have access to such. We were running a program on hydrogen fuel cell training, and we didn't have a qualification in South Africa, and we had to take a qualification in Singapore and register a few learners. That is already excluding a lot of people in South Africa. It's already excluding a lot of young people who might already be in the energy sector, but they need to capacitate themselves so that they can meaningfully participate in the hydrogen space, but there's no access, because first of all, they can't afford it. or it's not available in the TVET colleges in their areas, or even in their universities of technologies in their respective areas. So ours is to also look at how do we work together with industry so that we are not firstly importing significant amount of skills because we can't respond to our own skills needs as South Africa, and also that we are not only creating an environment where only the haves can access that meaningful education, and it's only those who have access to that education who will participate when we hear about the SEZs that have been announced, when we hear about all the other programs that were announced. It's only going to be those few that are going to be participating. So we look at qualification development together with industry so that we build our own capacity. From also aligned to qualification development, we've been seeing a lot of technologies that we are using in the energy sector. Most of them aren't our technologies. We import technologies and often we import the skills that comes with the technology, and yet we say adversity breeds exception, it breeds excellence, it breeds innovation. But as Africa, we have not been able to really take a lead when it comes to, and I'm going to talk about renewable energy. We say the sun shines in Africa hottest, the wind is blowing in Africa, but yet we are seeing the Germans lead when it comes to solar. We're seeing them lead when it comes to, let me just say the Europeans leading when it comes to solar and wind. And we are sort of absorbing what's coming from there. We are even changing some of our legislation, our funding policies in the country to accommodate what's coming from outside. And the question is that, are we going to continue to play as South Africa? We wait for things to happen outside and we become the consumers. It even dictates, investors are even dictating policies in our country. With the energy mix, with our current energy mix, we've got fossil fuel, we've got coal. It's still a significant part of our energy mix. But when we look at the funding, no one is funding, the banks aren't funding coal. You must knock outside in certain countries for you to be able to fund coal projects. Yet our energy mix has coal in it. And I'm not saying we should not be decarbonizing. The question is that what is Africa? And I'm going to go back to the same question I asked. What is Africa's agenda when it comes to decarbonization? Are we running and saying because Europe is moving at a certain pace, because America is moving at a certain pace, and they're funding our pace, we're going to jump on that ship and move at the same pace as those developed countries? Or do we have the capabilities at leadership role and at the leadership level to make decisions, informed decisions, and say we are going to decarbonize, we are going to transition, but we have an agenda. We've got a 2063 agenda. We've got an NDP. We've got growth plans. We've got socio-economic challenges in our country that might not allow us to move at the pace that you want us to move. And I'm saying that you want us to move because it appears we haven't defined our own pace. We are moving at a certain predetermined pace, and we're trying to catch up. I think there was a mentioned earlier on the border taxes, and I'm thinking, oh my word, we've got so much coal that we're sending outside. What impact is that going to have in our country, in our exports? And we might just saying it's coming, and we're going to have to pay the taxes. But the question is that do we have a role that we can play in informing certain things from a South Africa perspective, rather than just watching and then scrambling so that we comply? So that's what we also look at when you talk about technologies and talk about qualifications and enabling South Africans to be able to make meaningful also inputs to policies and to regulations. One of the other area that we really look at is SMMEs, support for SMMEs. One thing we have noticed also is that there are a number of SMMEs in the energy space, but really not playing a very meaningful. It's like corporate social investment to SMMEs, and we should not be looking at our SMMEs in South Africa like that. We've got a smaller portion that has been attributed to SMMEs. We're waiting on government, and someone in one of the speakers also mentioned that, are we only going to be waiting for government announcements to see where we can participate? But are we only going to be saying we're going to wait for for window 6 so that we participate? Or are there other key areas that we should be also looking at, capacitate ourselves, be aware of what's happening? And I like the fact that you talked about battery storage. Someone was asking in a room and says, do we know that Elon Musk is coming to South Africa and they've got this land that has been talking about and for battery storage? And some people already know, and some people are already putting certain things together and aligning themselves for those projects. We're going to find out on the eve of that, and SMMEs are going to be left behind because, first of all, we don't even know what battery storage, we don't even know the entire value chain, and we don't know where to participate. So what we've done as EWCTA is that we've partnered with CUT, and we did research on how the role and the opportunities for SMMEs in the hydrogen economy in the entire value chain. And that we've done so that when we look at funding programs to support SMMEs, it's really to ensure that in some of those value chains, you identify key areas where they can play and capacitate them before the rush. I know the rush is already here, but before the rush, so that there is, when the time comes, they have been capacitated. They have, whether it's through access to teachings, whether it's through mentorship, or whether it's through access to funding. We have, whether it's through giving them capacity, human capacity. We at least have given them some fuel to run when the race starts. So that's what we're looking at as EWCTA. And I don't want to go through the details. I know I've got the details of some of the work that we've done. One other was to look at the involvement of TVET that the Morris talked about, the number of the increasing number of unemployed graduates. We have for a long time been pushing young women to get into the STEM. We've been pushing young women to study in the energy sector as engineers. And what we are seeing, unfortunately, is the high unemployment rate of those graduates. And so we've done some research, partnered with, I think it was Bambili group, and we also with UK PACT and DSI to look at what role TVETs will play along the Hydrogen Valley. And I'm mentioning these because these actually these are South Africans whom we are going to see on the streets. I know in Sandton we've seen a lot of placards where I'm an engineer and I'm looking for a job. We have engineering. They who are sitting in Mpumalanga, specifically in the Mpumalanga area. We've got TVET colleges that were designed and that have qualifications that we're feeding into the coal and the value chain around coal production and the power plants in the Mpumalanga area. And when we shift away from that space, if we do shift away, and hopefully at a very slow pace, when you shift away from that space, what is going to become of those TVET colleges? What is going to become of those graduates that are in those spaces? What is going to become of those communities? So we are saying, how do we as a sector get together and say we're going to ensure that they participate in the hydrogen economy? And therefore, that study has indicated, obviously, there is a lot of skilling, reskilling and upskilling required in TVET colleges, which can only be assisted and funded often by industry. And the question is, as industry players in the room, what role are we playing to build those TVET colleges? Or is it another matter that we might have to deal with 10 years later, or in 2 years' time, as a fire? Putting out the fires. So we're also looking into that space to say, how do we get TVET participating meaningfully also in the economies that are coming? How do we get our communities understanding? And we're doing that through awareness. obviously awareness in the communities, from a career perspective, offering young people who are unemployed, who have not entered school, and those also who have not entered the post school space, and those who are already in the post school space, to say there are areas and there are opportunities for you to capacitate yourself to take part in the different economies in the energy sector. And that honestly cannot be done by a SETA alone. It can't be done by the TVET colleges, and significant requirement from industry. Investment from industry is required. And we have been partnering with a number of players in the room, and thank you very much for partnering with the EWCETA, really just to say that when we talk about the just energy transition, and we're saying we're leaving no one behind, it's not only about employed. Often we say, no one is going to lose their job. We will upskill them and we will reskill them in certain areas. But the most people who are going to be left behind are communities. Those young kids who have never been employed, who are looking forward to be employed in the mines, who will be definitely left behind. There's the entire TVET space that was looking at vocational training specifically to feed into the industry in the value chain around coal, that will be left behind. And I asked to say, how do we get together to ensure that indeed people are not left behind, communities are not left behind? I took a drive in Mpumalanga some time ago, and we know where certain plants are already, where there's limited production. You can just see in the towns. It's not only that jobs in a power plant are going to be affected. The petrol stations shut down. The shopping centers shut down. The accommodation, the hotel industry shuts down, and that affects an entire the entire communities, and negatively affects South Africa, because we are going to be seeing ghost towns that are being and I don't want to say we're actually establishing ghost towns, and we're going to see migration into the cities where there's not adequate service delivery, and therefore not resolving anything. And I'm not greening, but in the name of transitioning into a greener economy, if we don't do that with proper plans, we are actually going to be disadvantaging our own people. So we have been advocating for, I'm not saying we're advocating for not the dirty coal, but we're also looking now at say, how do we continue to use coal and still decarbonize? And we will be going out also for partners in the coal industry to say, let's look at technologies around, obviously, I'm not going to only talk about washing coal, but carbon capture. I've had a meeting in this week with the cement company that have significantly invested in carbon capture. Yes, it is expensive, but there's technologies that they are developing to ensure that it's affordable. But we don't hear a lot of that in Africa, where we've got a lot of coal in the country. We're not seeing investment in research and development, young people who are being tasked and funded to look at carbon capture. And that's what we're going to be doing as EWCETA, to say, whilst we are transitioning, what we're going to look at is that how do we ensure that we might even become lead in the world, looking at carbon capture technologies, research and innovation in our country, so that we ensure that our economy is not going to be disadvantaged by the transition. A lot of partners that will be participating in that space. And I think lastly, what we are looking for is partnership. Our role we're not project. We don't implement projects. We don't do training. Our role, as the minister said, is to ensure that the industry is doing training. All we have is funding that we get from the government, and we're saying it is available not for us to run projects, but is available for industry to say, I want to run skills development programs, or I want to develop qualification, or I've got research, or I've got SME medias on how we can build the education sector for our country that is sustainable. And as EWCETA, we're saying we're looking for those partners to say, how do we together use this funds so that we can really achieve that South Africa that we desire. And that is and I think the key role that women play, especially in the boardrooms. where a lot of discussions happen on where we are going as a country or what we are accepting from the international players as a country. It's really, our voice is very much heard in this room. I've been hearing a lot of passion in this room, and our passion should translate to policies, not only to transactions. My desire is that our voice translates into policy decisions. We inform policies, and those policies, we have that young girl who wakes up in the morning that Maurice mentioned, who must collect fire and Fuzuela until there's flames. Our policies must have that girl in mind. Our policies must not only have international transactions in mind. Our policies must have the TVET colleges and communities, even indigenous communities in our country in mind. Our policies must have the young girl who's sitting in a classroom today doing mathematics to say, what will their tomorrow look like? What will the energy sector look like tomorrow for those young people and for their country? And thank you very much. Those are my just inputs for today. Unfortunately, I can't sit for discussions, but I do have two executives. Look, I'm saying two. We've got an executive in the room from EWCITA. If you have any questions or any inputs or any areas where EWCITA should be focusing when it comes to skills development or curriculum development for the energy sector, or from hydrogen production to storage, please have a conversation with Candice Moodley, who's in the room, and really we welcome partnerships from all key players that are in the room. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you Tumpo. I'm going to now ask Thulani Gqabashe to come forward. So this is, I've never met him before today in person, but this is one of the gentlemen who's been at the forefront of the energy sector and other industries, who's laid the foundation for patriots like me to join ESCOM. There's a couple of icons. We had Sis Thandi here earlier, people who've really laid the foundation for multiple generations to walk into these spaces and be able to contribute, even under trying circumstances. So welcome, Tate Gqabashe. What we're going to be gaining from you today, I think, is really just a download of your experiences. We've spoken about positioning South Africa as a competitive player in renewables and hydrogen, and we just want to get some of your experiences, some of your remarks on the opportunity space, some of the enablers that you've seen, and any real pearls of wisdom. So you're the pearl guy for the afternoon. But any key take-homes, if I can say, that you think would be pertinent for the colleagues who are in the room and on the line as well, because you'll be our last speaker as well. So it's really an opportunity to download. Again, we heard from Advocate Thandi Orlane, all of the multiple spaces that you guys play in. And so how does that come to bear today with the people in the room about some of the key take-homes and key observations you've had that can assist anyone starting off in this journey or wanting to be part of this industry as well? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. It's actually quiet from the back here.
Can we just check with this mic? Can we hear audio at the back?
Can you hear me?
No, the mic is not on.
Well, you have a very imposing voice, so I certainly can hear you. But I think we just need to either make sure the mic is working or bring up a roving mic.
Test it again.
Can you hear me?
No, you'll have to use.
Is that all right? Is that better?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. So thank you very much for that introduction. I must say that it makes one proud to see people like you at ESCOM and the role you're playing. It's what ESCOM could have been. And let's hope there's still a future there. But to thank Dr. Maurice for this great initiative. I think it's my third time coming here. And that's only because I think there's value in that. I met a young man who has included some remarks I made on my first visit and has written a book. So I look forward to reading that later today. Thank you, Priscilla, for your organization putting this together and also inviting me to spend a bit of time here. My brief was quite clear that I should speak about my experience, not so much to personalize it, but as an example of somebody who's been through this journey. And specifically, Priscilla wanted to know, why did I join Renewables? I think in the briefing you said I must address that issue. So I'll try and do that. I think a lot of the points would have probably been mentioned in one way or another. So I hope that I can bring that flavor that, or that color that makes it real for people. So just to start with, beginning of next year, I will have spent 30 years in this sector. And that's a very long time. I should be retired and looking after grandchildren as well. The first 15 were at Eskom, and given today's topic, I won't be saying much about that. But since I left Eskom, I started a company that went into renewable energy. That was back in 2008. So when I left Eskom, I had a 2-year restraint of trade, which gave me a lot of time to think about what next. And that's where the whole idea of entering the renewable energy space came from. You'd recall that at the time there was absolutely nothing happening in that space, but I had a certain history that gave me a clue that something will happen. So starting that history, back in 2002, South Africa hosted the World Summit on Sustainable Development. I participated in that summit. I was involved in the planning, actually, more than really being on a panel or anything. But what emerged out of that, I think the country felt a little touch of embarrassment in that we're not doing a lot in the sustainable development space, especially given our energy dependence on coal, which at that time was 92% of our production. And in my view, my observation is that out of that was born the idea of a white paper on renewable energy, which was issued in 2003 and finally approved in 2004. In my observation, absolutely nothing happened after that white paper was approved, as far as actually making sure that we could get onto that path. And this stuck in my mind that something will happen, the intention is there, a trigger will come in due course. So it was this knowledge and also the conviction that South Africa could not just merrily proceed along a carbon growth path that I decided that the company I would start after retiring from Eskom would actually focus on renewable energy. So I think in my case, I had a very clear strategic vision of what I wanted to do and why I wanted to do it and why I thought there was an opportunity in that space. And I think for young entrepreneurs starting out, it actually is a useful thing because it will guide what and how you do in the years that follow. So after that white paper, and really probably in the period 2007, 2008, there were a lot of debates, largely driven by the regulator, around how do we get renewable energy to be part of our program. Those debates were whether it should be refit, that's why you have a feed-in tariff, or whether we should really just go the competitive route. So in 2009, I think the regulator threw the cat amongst the pigeons, or threw down the gauntlet, whichever way you want to look at it, and they approved a set of refit tariffs without any directive from the Department of Energy, as it was, and they just promulgated these tariffs and said, well, we think this should happen, and these are the tariffs. This, the way they put it, it placed an obligation on Eskom to purchase the output from qualifying renewable projects. So right early on, the notion of Eskom as the single buyer was sort of embedded. And as I said, this sort of prompted the department to look up, and together with National Treasury, a little bit later, in 2010, I think my sequencing might be a little bit off there. They then, let me put it this way. 2011, we're due to host the COP17 in Durban. And I could see the scenario of 2002 playing out again, where would be host to a conference of the parties around sustainable development, and again had no projects to show. The DOE at that point revised its renewable strategy, switching from refit to a system of procurement that would be based on competition. So thus, the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program was born, the REIPP, which we've heard about. So it was launched in 2011, and invitations for round one tenders were put out at that time, and the winning bidders were announced on the last day of the conference. A theme that comes through is that stated policy through white papers is not always followed or implemented in a concerted way, as we saw with both the white paper on renewable energy and later on the promulgation by the regulator. We could also here look at the 1998 Energy White Paper, which arguably has still not been implemented fully up to today. And this is something that I think the state in particular should pay attention to. A policy in and of itself does absolutely nothing unless it's followed by regulations and it gets embedded in what the regulator puts out, which then gives a very clear signal to investors and parties who are interested as to how they should proceed with taking up that space. So in 2010, I then decided I would enter the space. And when tenders were called for, or proposals, I was ready with 5 projects. So in the time when there was no clear program, I and some partners spent our money and time preparing projects because we believed that this was going to happen, was bound to happen. As it turned out, one of our projects made it and the others didn't. But I think that's the kind of hit rate you can expect in these things. So we're not unhappy. We're able to resubmit those projects, and one of them came through in the second round. So the point is, as an entrepreneur, one must recognize the moment and move boldly. In my experience, the first mover advantage in business counts a lot. I'm tempted to say is everything. As long as one is informed and one is strategic in how you enter and one is prepared. But that first mover advantage, you cannot beat it. And for us in this instance, you know, during the 2010 World Cup, I mean, I did see matches, but we're spending a lot of time running around the country looking for farms and potential places. And I think I missed out on some of the festivity, but it was important because we felt this was imminent. I want to say at this point, I do consider myself an entrepreneur. Some will say you're just a corporate animal. That's your choice. I think the thing to realize is that different kinds of entrepreneurs. I think a lot of you sitting in this room probably move from an idea and grasp it early on in your careers, run with it, and I really respect you and admire you for that. But I'm the kind of entrepreneur who's born out of a corporate experience. And I think there's room for that. Retirement is not the end of life. So I think there's room for people to think about that. If I may digress just a little bit, I have to say, I think by the time I left Eskom, I was a recognized leader in the energy sector, both at home and abroad. There's an organization called SANEA, which doesn't always feature in these things, South African National Energy Association. One of the founding members of the World Energy Council back in 1923. Someone talked earlier about Eskom being formed in 1923. In the same year, the World Energy Council was formed, and SANEA is the affiliate from South Africa. So I threw myself into that and have led working groups at a global level on various issues. So I think that counts for a lot. Having access to key role players counts a lot, and having a few scars on your back from working in the sector counts a lot. That's what helps you get that strategic understanding of what's actually going on here and what's likely to happen. So anything you do is not wasted. If you're focusing on whatever you're doing in the sector, think always about how do I gather more knowledge about what's going on here. So let me just put forward 6 what I think are key factors in capturing opportunities in business. These are not new, and I'm sure they've been touched on today. But in my experience, these were very helpful. Firstly, gather the right information. And I say the right information because there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of, casual talk. Don't get caught in that. Do your research. Get to know the sector that you're in. Get to know it intimately. Read up, talk to people, even visiting others elsewhere in the world. You mentioned that. Very valuable. I don't know how many utilities I've visited in my life, before and after becoming CEO at Eskom. Absolutely, you'll find that people are willing to share information. I suppose if you're not in the same market, you're not seen as competitive. But there's always a keenness to share information. And I think we should use that as far as possible. Secondly, consult extensively, but consult the right people again. You know who is knowledgeable. Get to know them, get to Bondate Morisbo here, harass them a little bit, because you learn something that may not have been published anywhere. But from his experience, you'll pick up something. Thirdly, find other trusted entrepreneurs with whom to partner. I don't think going alone is an option. You should always bear in mind, I say this now, having also been exposed to banking, banks do not offer capital to risks they don't understand. So when you're coming with a new idea as an entrepreneur, please don't expect a bank to fund that. They will fund a fully developed project based on known technology, based on known markets, and they will trust that and put money in it. So pull together. I want to come back to a point that is linked to this, but pull together, find like-minded people who are prepared to put their resources, and resources are always not always money, I mean time and sweat into the project. Find those people and partner with them. Fourthly, I would say get in on the ground floor. And by that I mean don't wait for opportunities to look ripe and then look for a stake in those opportunities. There's a tremendous power of leverage from developing a project as an original developer and staying through as a shareholder in the operating asset. I'll just throw some numbers around. They're not specific to a project, but it's just to indicate the order of magnitude. A solar project which would have cost about R1 million to develop would fetch about 33 million when it's at bid-ready stage. So if all you had wanted to do was develop and get your money and go out, you'll get about 33 million. But if you stay in the project over a 20-year period, that value is about 1 billion that will come to you as a shareholder. But if you didn't enter at the ground floor, you're making up that 33 million that somebody's going to take. If you enter later when the project is built and de-risked, you're going to pay even more. So I think as a budding entrepreneur, really, you should, by all means, it's not always possible, but by all means, get in on that ground floor. A fifth point, which I wanted to link with my third point, please do not encumber personal assets. And in the face of the bank telling you, you know, they want skin in the game and so on, please avoid. I can't say don't because you might have to, but avoid it. And the reason for this is that the risk in business, there are known risks that you can say, well, I'll plan for that. Imagine if you had mortgaged your house and borrowed money just before COVID and put it into something that never started. So I think there are other ways, and I like this concept of crowdfunding, which seems to be one of the ways that young people look at today. But I think by all means, work, save the money, borrow the money from family, and I think increasingly we have to understand as families that we need to support good ideas. Maybe it's not even family. Maybe, you know, Maurice here can start a veterans circle that will put money together to support young people in these things. But I would say, please don't. You're going to end up quarreling with your family. You're going to end up miserable because business isn't always rosy. It's business. And there are risks that you just cannot foresee. Lastly, trust your instincts. If you've had an idea, and I'll say, you must research properly. If you've been thorough, just go with that instinct that says, this is it, and the time is now. Go with it. It's very rare that you come wrong, but of course nothing is guaranteed. But do trust your instinct. Just to come back to where I am now, fast forward to 2020, momentum around the hydrogen economy is gathering everywhere. And we are also part of that. So I'm currently involved in we're at a feasibility stage of a project that is developing actually ammonia and not so much hydrogen, but it's all part of the value chain. But the question really is, why should we, as South Africans, pay particular attention to this opportunity? And there are just a few factors that make us advantageous and competitive compared to other sites in the world. The first I would say is that we've got a long coastline, just under 3,000 kilometers, where the water is available for desalination, because you need water to produce your hydrogen. That water is available over a coastline that is almost 3,000 kilometers. Secondly, we, on a comparative basis, we have very good wind and solar resources. And most of it, most of it is close to the coast. So you have that combination of water, wind, and solar in reasonable proximity of each other. That very same coast provides you with deep water ports, where if you're exporting product, you can do it easily. We also have a large integrated electricity network. With all the issues that the mud we all want to throw, I see we're at stage 4 now, so we continue to throw mud at Eskom. That grid is a huge resource. Not many countries have that. I mean, I heard of Namibia and Mozambique possibly eating our lunch, which they'll do eventually if we don't wake up, but they don't have a network like that. They don't have an industrial base that can absorb these products. We do. But I do want to advocate that we should not be thinking of them as eating our lunch, but rather as people we can collaborate with. Because there is a bigger global market. There is a far bigger global market that I think is to be captured. So when I think of the new economy that's emerging, I want to agree with the professor, the doctor this morning, and the professor. A just transition is very important, because unless society gives you the license to operate, you'll find that these issues come back to bite you from time to time. We cannot ignore the impact on people employed in the fossil fuel industry. We cannot ignore the resources that we have, which we could leverage. So a just transition becomes very important in us transitioning to this new economy. But at the same time, we must not be caught in the argument or the kind of arguments that say, we didn't cause the problem, therefore we should not be seen to be doing something. I think we have advantages that those who cause the problem don't have. And let's move into the space and let us make this product more valuable by having it in abundance available to the world. That, in my view, will create opportunities for employment, very many opportunities in our own economies. Those are the few remarks I thought I would make. Very happy that I rather listen to your comments and questions and engage on that. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Thulani. I'm going to now ask Priscilla if you can join us on the main stage. We're going to take some Q&A. We've got some time, so this is actually, we've got some time even to ask questions of the previous panelists. Priscilla, please, can you join us? Dr. Ngubevane is still in the room. Can I get a sense of the hand of the person from EWCETA who's here for any questions for Mpho? Okay, so we've got EWCETA in the room. We also have Maurice still in the room with us, as well as Ipeleng. So can I ask the ushers, do we have the roaming mics ready? And we're going to go into Q&A. We've got approximately about 20 minutes, 25 minutes to do the Q&A with. So any of the questions that you wanted to pose towards Thulani, to Dr. Ngubevana, to Ipeleng, this is our time, and then we'll be closing the session and going to lunch. So we'll take questions 3 at a time. Because even in the previous session, the women didn't ask questions.
Hi, everyone. I have a question for the lady from EWCTA. Your colleague mentioned that our voices should inform policies, especially in the transition to a green hydrogen economy and greener products. I just want to find out, in different companies, we will obviously be looking at how the existing policies, the EU, and other markets are going to impact your specific company. But are there any concerted efforts that can include everyone's voices apart from being part of a specific company? Is there any platforms that young people can get involved to make sure that our voices also inform the policies that are being put?
Okay. I think this one.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. Thank you so much for the informative session. Mine, it's for you, Dr. Thulani and Ms. Priscilla. Yes, sorry about that. To you, sir, I just, there's something that came through very strongly today in terms of implementation. Where are we failing as Africa leadership in terms of implementation? Your white papers, the doctor earlier spoke about the policy that was done long ago. He doesn't even know whether it's lost somewhere in the, in the parliament. What is going on? What is blocking us to implement? What is wrong with us as people of the color to implement and make things happen deliberately so? To you, Madam, since today it's Empower Women in Energy, I just want to find out how deliberate are you in terms of empowering women in that space? What are you doing? What opportunities and doors that you're opening for women specific? Because I've heard today, we were just saying, no, it's generic, but we need to stick to the Empower Women in Energy summit. We want to see it coming through. What are you doing to showcase that as Sasol, you are really holding a flag for women and saying, come in, come on board, let's go together. Thank you.
Okay, we've had the 3 questions. Let's just get the mics in front. We've had 3 questions already, so I'd like us to answer. Oh, Ipeleng, with your, okay. Okay. She's started.
Oh, okay, great. It's working.
It's fine now. Okay. My question is to you, Mr. Thulani. I'd like to just ask you, and I'm not necessarily going to pose it to Priscilla because I'm one of the key people that are a beneficiary of how you support women, and I witness that all the time. So I'm going to direct this question to you. What do you think we can do collectively to mainstream women in the energy sector? So in the transactions or projects, even going back to your corporate experience, how do you think we can be more intentional and intensify the efforts tangibly to mainstream women in the energy sector? Obviously starting at a board level to the bottom, including SMMEs. I'm sure you've observed, you've experienced, you've worked with different parties. Thank you.
Okay, I think we should take the questions there. Thulani, can we bring one of the roving mics up to Thulani?
I'm told my mic is working now.
Okay, you're good. We hear you.
Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Okay. So the first question posed to me was, what are the barriers to entry in the renewable energy space and how they can be removed. I think until recently, you had a lot of regulatory barriers. They're not all gone, depending on how you want to look at this. So the bid windows are still going to come, one after the other, we think. But we have a law where the amount of energy that's to be put into the system is determined by the minister. You require 11, very comfortable. Cost of funding has come down. You know, barriers are really no longer that high. And so I think anyone who's interested should just get closer and find out. But all in all, I don't see many major barriers, personally. The second question was, why do we not implement? If I had the answer to that, I would be rich. I would sell that, because so many of us wonder about that. We're talking earlier about various innovations that this country has produced that just never get implemented. But if I were to be honest in answering you, I would say it's a complex space. On the one hand, once policy is in place, there's an assumption that implementation will follow. Implementation never follows unless there are clear guidelines, regulations, plans, and all of that. We have never followed that through consistently. And I think I tried to give some examples in what I had to say. Now, because government expects the private sector to step in, they may not be fully aware of the need for this. And I'm not saying this because I know. I'm speculating. So if a minister has taken his bill to Parliament and it's gone through, he thinks his job is done. The officials must carry on. The officials have no experience of being in the sector doing things. So they may or may not carry on, or they may take 5 years to get to that. So that urgency and the flow through isn't always there. Then I think another one we must be honest about is that we just don't pull together enough. None of us are big enough to do these things. And we just somehow don't get to come together to be impactful in getting these things done. So I really don't have the answer, but I would speculate that somewhere in there lies the answer. I think there was one more for me before I hand back to you. Mainstreaming women. You know, I think today is the kind of initiative that you must have, as a matter of course, and then you need champions. You know, I've just come off a board where I have 2 directors, and it doesn't matter what the issue is. I know what they're going to say about transformation and women empowerment. And they do that not because they believe we don't understand it. They know we don't understand it. It's not foremost on our minds. And they bring it on the table all the time. Fortunately, I was chairman, so I could deal with that. But I'm sure some of my fellow directors would even think, oh my goodness, here we go again. But it was very important because we are not women. You know, I'm not a woman. I cannot put myself in your position. So, as was said earlier, wherever women are, I think you've got to, you know, make your voice heard. Men must understand and become, you know, champions as well in their own right. But they don't experience the discrimination that women experience. So men must be conscious. Men should become champions. I really want to support that. But they can't put themselves exactly in your shoe. And I really want to encourage that the Women in Energy and Empower Women is the right direction to go in addressing that. Thanks.
I think there was a question for you, Priscilla, but I also know there's many women in this room who can attest to the role that you play in empowering women in every single company you've worked for, on all boards you've sat on. I'm one of them, by the way, sitting right next to her. But really, I think that it was a pointed question to Priscilla to just try to understand, maybe, as a leader, how do you leverage and sponsor in your spaces?
Thanks. Maybe let me start by also adding to Tulani's point around the implementation part. And I'm going to be controversial. We know very well there is a Diversity and Equity Act from a labor perspective that requires our country to recognize the demographics and empower women. So many of us sit in these boardrooms where we debate. We're comfortable with 5%, 10% of women in businesses. We create hypothetical threats from a skills capability and development. I can go on and on. We have a policy that talks to small and medium enterprises. We do it for compliance, not for meaningful contribution. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a huge opportunity for private sector to partner with government and close some of the gaps rather than to utilize the opportunities that we see as gaps within our regulatory environment. Tulani did not achieve what is achieved by not taking risks and forging some of those enablements in his business, but particularly, he's sitting there and seeing 20 years, 25 years later, almost 30, one of his protege that never thought could be in this platform without a regulation, but because the deliberate and intent was there. So I think we are so much equipped. And usually when I speak to young women, I ask them, do you understand the platforms that we have and the abilities that we have? Earlier on when I spoke about Minister Gwede Mantesh having put together a Women in Energy Council. You better disrupt that. You need to go find out who are the women there. You also need to go and share with the minister what are some of these hurdles and challenges that women are facing. Because unless we discuss these things and address them openly and transparently and embarrass all of us where we're not doing our jobs, we won't make any pivoting. So you need to take risks to make an impact. Sorry, I said I would be controversial. Just in me. The second one was, how do I empower women? I think it builds on that. I believe that this is a dual challenge. It's so important that you are deliberate, whether you are in a professional space or whether you're an entrepreneur, and not be entitled. Because once you have that defined purpose and intent, my job is to make sure that the environment is conducive. And any barrier that you come across, it's my job to remove it. And the good thing about this stage is that I'm so comfortable, I don't have to worry about a job. So I can disrupt anything. My colleagues know that. And I can have the difficult conversations because I'm there to enable that so I can leave a better legacy. Why did I join Sasol? During a crisis when they were barely viable. I know. It's because I saw an African company, South African or African anchored, proudly South African company, with a huge potential to unlock value. Sasol was developed based on innovation to address the energy crisis of the past. We're now going through this transition. We have proprietary technologies. Earlier on, the doctor was talking about innovation. I was in Tunisia recently. I came across a number of startups, incubators from Nigeria and Kenya. talking about the fintech space, talking about our energy space. Earlier on, we were talking about carbon capture and recycling, et cetera, et cetera. Where are those innovators in a country? Where is this incubation? A company like Sasol has a huge role to play. So it's the entire ecosystem where we can actually ensure that as the country, as the globe transform, we play a critical role, not only to give shareholders value, but we're looking at planet, we're looking at profit, we're looking at people, particularly the people part. So those who work with me closely knows that that's something I'm very passionate about. Meaningful contribution and planting the seeds, because I'm there enjoying a legacy that someone invested in my absence years ago. So we have to disrupt that. But what I'm finding more and more with women is we are disempowering ourselves. At times there is a cost to it. But unless the more of us do it, we will be sitting in 20 years' time with this evolution having missed us because we are not deliberate and intentional about it. So there is an energy council that our CEO chairs. And you need to find out, there are some Sasol colleagues that I've seen here that are instrumental in that energy council. A number of companies are there. Earlier on, when Mpo was speaking from a sitter perspective, and I was wondering, how do we bring this voice into all of those global businesses, entrepreneurs that are there in the energy sector, that are now have been formed in the Energy Council, that should represent our voice, to address the imperatives that we need, to give us access to the capabilities we're looking for. Minister Patel is issuing a commercial paper on green hydrogen, ammonia, etc., all of the derivatives and applications. I expect all of you to read it and write a note to Maurice and I to say, these are the gaps we're seeing, or these are the opportunities we see, and this is where we would like you to represent us. Because in that case, then I will know you want to be empowered.
We're going to our next three hands in the room. The CETA question, yes. We just need the microphone in front here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, and the panel. And thank you for the question. I think it came from you, ma'am. Right. Thanks to my CEO for throwing me under the bus, actually. But as an empowered woman, you take all opportunities, intentional or unintentional. As EWCETA, we don't necessarily provide the platform for young people to have a voice when it comes to policy. But there are many platforms that the youth, young women, whoever, have where you can make inputs to policy. So any policy before it's gazetted is obviously open for public comment. So the first place you would go is the government website, which you know is gov.za. And there you can find, in fact, currently, if you just go on now, there's a lot of trade policies, import and export guidelines that are up for public comment. So as youth, you could possibly make really tangible inputs into that. But you can also become members of various youth councils. So for instance, the Black Business Council, they have a youth chamber. If you're a member there, together, I do know that various inputs are made into policy. There is the South African Youth Economic Council as well. There's the NYDA, etc. Our role is not so much as consolidating that and you know, sending it through when the time comes. We obviously do make those various inputs when it comes to educational policies. What we try to focus on is the skills development, especially for the implementers of those policies. When you get into industry, when you get into municipalities, at municipality managerial level, many of our managers don't actually know how to interpret those policies and implement their policies within their own spaces. So a very key core focus for EWCETA is to capacitate the implementers of those policies. And that's where skills development comes in. We could very easily look at a youth policy development and implementation program, which we could possibly do maybe with WITS Business School. We do a lot of programs with the WITS Business School, Women in Nuclear, Executive Development Leadership programs. We did one in energy. We're busy with the WITS Business School for executive leadership in the nuclear, women in nuclear. So it's definitely something we could take offline and discuss. And you know, people like yourself, young women like yourself, who's keen to get into that area, we can possibly make it a reality through skills development.
Thank you. My question is also around policy and is directed to Ms. Priscilla. And I think 80% of our speakers today, they really spoke about policy and policy alignment from Prof. Lozi's presentation. So my question is with regard to seeing that there is a gap in the policy with regard to us transitioning and looking at the video from the Europe in terms of the directive and also the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 from US, where actually they are incentivizing the early uptake of the renewables. Like, how can we disrupt? Ms. Priscilla, you speak about disruption. So how can we disrupt the policy space whereby the implementation as they have spoken that it is quite slow, and also the policy to really be developed, it takes quite a while for South Africa. So how do we disrupt that space whereby industries actually are really catalyzing that space to be quicker so that we can enable this transitioning? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Temkosi Zonde from Bali Industrial Solutions. I would like to thank Untate Makulukulu Ubabu Uratebe about this summit. There was a speaker who spoke about the passion. My passion is in education. Having listened to the presentation from Dr. Lwazi and Prof. Khadebe and the CETA presentation, I would like to throw a challenge to the three speakers. I'm basing this challenge on the work that I do in my community, Gaswaiman in Pietermaritzburg, where in 2019 I started teaching mathematics for grade 12, and then I realized the scale of the problem. And today I only teach grade 7. Somebody will ask me why from grade 12 to grade 7. The problem is very big when you are in grade 12. I challenge everybody here to volunteer and go and teach mathematics in grade 12. You will be forced to teach those very same students the mathematics of grade 7. You will be forced. You will be forced to teach grade 12 people how to multiply. Now, having listened to the CETA CEO, and then she was talking about graduates who are not employed. In April, I did a tender for Rand Water, and I've asked a brother to Ubabu Khadebe, who runs Mbali Industrial Solutions, to give me a budget to hire 21 graduate students, third year, fourth year, and graduate from VETS, because I also come from VETS. We were going to spend 7 days on site because the tender did not have the information. So I needed to get the student to go to site. I had to spend the full day reorienting their mindset because they have no idea what the workplace looks like. So now when she talks about unemployability of graduates, I know what she's talking about. Graduates are not employable. That is made worse by the fact that
the quality of our public education is so bad that the 63% that was played in the initial video, to me, it's actually worse than that. So I challenge my academics and pra-academics to say that can we, especially Dr. Lwaz, in 1953, there was a vice, yes.
14 characters, Twitter mode.
Okay. Thank you.
So can you tweet? You can tell us in a tweet.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
What is the exact point and to whom?
Yes.
Or question and to whom?
Yes. So the challenge to Dr. Lwazi is that can we make sure that vets play the same role as Stanford played in the creation of the Silicon Valley?
You know the department.
Hi, this is Mandi Sagaba here. Women, particularly in the rural areas, are most affected by energy poverty. As energy entrepreneurs, how do you propose that we build models that are women-facing, and how can we use the energy industry as a vehicle to address inequality? And that can be answered by anyone.
Okay, we've had our 3 questions. We've had our 3, so let's just do this round of answers. I think the first one was to you, Priscilla, around policy disruption and how we disrupt that space. We're going to need a roving mic. Do you have one? Oh, you've got one.
I think Thulani has spoken about some of the barriers that used to be there, which have been addressed. And all of those were done through voice and intent. So let me give you an example. How many of you are aware that there is a big dialogue around carbon tax? And there's a TILA process, and there's going to be a parliamentary process around it. And some of the issues that are being debated is around the appropriateness, but there's a fundamental issue we've been talking about, is the just transition. How do we use that process? You do submissions. And I think if I listened in last week's session, most submissions came from corporate, not individuals. So if we understand the issues related to Red 2 in the Europe, I usually talk to some of my colleagues in Brussels that tells me that Brussels' job is to export legislation to other countries. Of course, they've got the economic masses to do that. So with these parliamentary processes that are open for all of us, when we understand the consequences of this, and when carbon tax gets implemented so that when the cross-border tax adjustment comes in, our economy can continue to be competitive, what is it being utilized for? Who is participating to innovate and push and give ideas? Treasury has called for what type of incentives that we see globally and somewhere else that we should provide input on so that it just doesn't go to grant funding and sustain poverty. So I challenge all of you, graduates from WITS, Silicon Valley, and others, to really look upon ourselves. How much input are we giving to shape this? I had an opportunity to meet with Faith as the chairman of the portfolio committee. And she said to me, well, there's a lot of people who are coming to me with ideas that I'm representing in Parliament, particularly activists. Why can't we be activists?
Just add to this thing about policy disruption. So we have our individual voices. We've got a very robust democracy where anyone can comment on anything. But I'm going to tell you a small secret of why I went to ESCOM during lockdown, COVID lockdown. Like, no one goes to ESCOM. Why do you go to ESCOM? Our public institutions are in so much distress that as a professional, you can walk in there and you can make a difference. So if you want to leapfrog in influence, go to where the crisis is. Okay.
There was another question.
The other question was around women models. Models for women. I think it was women funding models, or where's the lady?
Women-facing models.
Women-facing models for energy projects.
As entrepreneurs, as people who are in the industry, how should we be structuring our businesses in a way that we are addressing energy poverty, and making sure that we're not just making the big money, but we're actually solving the problem and addressing inequality.
That's so fair. So earlier on, I think Tulani spoke about the ecosystem, and I think the professor talked about that. One of the things that usually come to my mind is when I was growing up in the rural areas, who knows about cow dung? Okay, we used to use it to make our floors beautiful, make energy fire for some people, insulation of our houses. So it has multiple purposes. So you come into these big rooms, you hear biofeedstock. We have sewers. We have cow, animal dung all over the region, the country. Namibia has got biodiversity of plants that just destroys their land. They don't know what to do with it. So, but this is in places where women are based, that women has been using this as opportunities. We do fed cooks, and we listen to someone talking about cooking oil as a fuel. Where is the innovation, an opportunity that we should utilize to be able to understand the industry and understand as we transition, there's a lot of land and bio opportunities for us. How are we using that to uplift women? I want to give one example, might be minor, but that's what global companies are doing. They're looking at biogas, they're looking at biofeedstock, and Tulani earlier on spoke about water desalination. We can now have water as part of that as well to be able to support agriculture. You can use that dung as fertilizer instead of ammonia. All I'm saying is that the opportunities are magnificent. We need our institutions to collaborate more. Tulani spoke earlier on about fragmentation. I still say that to Maurice because I sit on the West Business School advisory panel, talk about fragmentation, which is good to compete. But are we competing towards the same goal? Are we measuring our impact in terms of that? How do you create innovation and ensure that we can put processes, procedures, and platforms as the students we are producing to write papers that we can leverage on to actually participate around the entire ecosystem? If you are unemployed and you're staying at home or you want to be an entrepreneur, you have the capacity of VETs and others that I'm sure they'll be willing to support you. How do we utilize that for that innovation? Because there's so many ideas that are required that are there in the rural areas. And then you come to the Sasos of this world that have commitment to community. We go and we issue financial results. We talk about how much money we are spending on black entities, small enterprises, communities. That funding is there. In Sasol, I can talk about it because my colleague Charlotte is driving that. If you bring those bankable opportunities in communities like mines do, because I come from Beggarsford, you've seen what mine has done, most mines have done there to transform lives. So those opportunities are there. So at times we're saying funding is an issue, but are we talking to the right people? Are we investing in the innovation and the research that everyone has been talking about today? Are you going out to see what the other markets are doing?
So I'm conscious that we are compacted, closing remarks. I'm conscious that we're compacted to 3 o'clock, and I want us to be strict and disciplined, colleagues, because some of us have children on the pavement, and work-life balance is important. So we're going to close the Q&A section there, and I'm going to ask Priscilla to make some closing remarks, and then we have a video before we have our founder come forward to just speak to us. Priscilla?
So most of you that know me, they know that I'm a Christian. So, and during the month of August in Methodist, Tulani, a friend away from you, I know but another one. So I found a corner somewhere. They had, we go to church together. So they ran a whole month of sessions throughout the whole of August, talking about incredible women of the Bible, those who have listened to it. So I then challenged my preacher, Tate Morris, about Romans 1-7. I suppose I liked it because Priscilla is in the Bible. But the profound messages that I took out of that as I challenged myself as to who am I, which is not about what I get out of Sasol and others who have invested in me, was the labor of love and visible and invisible impact. So today, we've had numerous speakers who do not have to be here. I'm sure Tulani's got a lot of things that you could do with grandkids and others like Tandy. And everyone else who's come here today to share their thoughts, it's because of that invisible love. They committed their time. It's paramount for us as this team to take that wisdom, to turn it into tangible, visible love. What are the measurable things we're going to put forward to be able to invest in ourselves, in professional careers, invest in others, communities, women, the issues we spoke about the youth, to address those, because if we all plant those seeds, they'll eventually connect. So I hope you've all taken that small contribution and you'll disrupt your thinking to really see this just transition as an opportunity that 10 years later, when we look back, we can say women have played a fundamental role in creating economic inclusivity and in transforming the lives of our neighbors. And I thank you.
So Ntate Khadebe, I was told there's a 1-minute video that needs to be screened before you come up.
Hello, my name is Palesa Khadebe and I am the CEO and founder of All True Visuals. All True Visuals is a content production company born out of the love of storytelling in all of its forms. We believe that it's all about perspective and any moment can become a beautiful memory or a powerful message. Established in 2019, All True Visuals offers studio and location photography, videography, rental, and podcast production. And most importantly, we offer the opportunity for collaboration. Our goal is to create an environment where we can all express ourselves, from boardroom to ballroom and everywhere in between. If this perspective interests you, please scan the QR code that's on your screen or send us an email at alltruevisuals@gmail.com and we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Women empowerment starts at home. Family from family. One of the reasons why I'm very passionate about women, other than I believe it's the right thing and everything that I stand for, it is that I've got 3 girls. One of them is you've just listened to one of them. And I want to make this world a better place to accommodate. You're talking about potential. Since she was young, she's been documenting you in that day. Since you came, you're the first person, one of the first person. The pictures, there she is. She started with 1 camera, now she's got a business. I tried to persuade her to get into energy, but I said to her, just do BCom at least. And she did a BCom, she did an honors, and then she finished it and says, Daddy, this is yours now. I'm an art person, and she's like you, I can't win. And that's what she does. So. Anyway, Tato asked me to reflect on this whole day. I just can't. Yeah? It's just too much that's been said here. And I'm just going to thank the speakers first. Priscilla, once again, let's give her a round of applause. Your influence in this industry is remarkable, and I'm extremely proud of you. And keep on doing the great work that you're doing. Our facilitator, Tato. Great facilitator, great mind, yeah? And really, I mean, you're able to reflect. Actually, you've done my job by reflecting about each and every person who's spoken. So when you're doing that, I thought, well done. I don't know how it's going to work, this giving of presents. But I'll regard it by the team that is coming here is let me finish first. Pioneers, he was supposed to come, but he had a tragedy in the family, but let's give him a round of applause. And Paul, being overseas, participated quite well. We are great partnership with the CETA, Energy and Water CETA. Hey, Dr. Lwazi, yeah, is he? Yeah, you have no choice now. Let me tell you something. He's running an energy leadership, Africa Energy Leadership Center. And that center has got a diploma in energy, so you've got to invest in your energy. You said, Baba, invest in information, correct information. So go and do that diploma, and then it's got a master's. If you want to go, just speak to him. And I've been heavily involved in setting that initiative within the business school, long before I even joined the business school. And I'm chairing it, so you're in the right place. You'll get all the information you need on energy. So, but Lwazi, that was great. I think the only message I really want to repeat is that Lwazi is saying, let's take the energy transition from high carbon economy to low carbon economy in our hands as Africans. I nearly said amen. Say amen to that. That's a powerful message. Because if we don't, it will be dictated for us from all over the place. ULP. And we've been talking about this idea of a veterans circle, creating a fund that will help you. Do you think it's a good idea? Okay. We'll announce it next year. I'll take it as an action point. I will drive it soon. So I'm going to mandate now. Yeah? Mandate from the conference. It's a conference resolution. Comrades, viva comrades. Tabo saying is a work. I was contributed. And then, Bob Kabashi, thank you very much, man. I think you are such a powerful role model. You and I go a long way. I remember we served on one first board meeting, Eben Foundation, FHA, when we were all young, you know. Still, you're keeping your hair. Mine is gone. Says home cool, you know. Hey, I know, but it's great. Sister Andy's been around, and we thank her. She's also coming here for the first time, the second time. The first time she was worried, what's happening this year? But she's an awesome lady, and she's doing lots of things quietly behind the scene that is changing the trajectory of this country, guys. I can't say them, some of them, but powerhouse. Has been a boss. She's groomed this young lady called Priscilla. You see, I'm calling you young, but you're no longer young. And then Ipelecheng. Hey. I just like this. Give it a round. I just like the energy, the passion. Hey, you're gonna make a lot of money, and I can see. You just got that entrepreneurial. When I'm old and 95, I'll tell my grandma, the son, hey, let's sing your mass, but I just be careful, keep up that passion, eh? Keep up that passion. All entrepreneurs, I think we must run a workshop just for entrepreneurs. You need that passion. I mean, to go to maritime, ocean, ooh, It's brave. And she's doing that. So thank you very much. I just want to give a few announcements, then you must just give me directions and we'll give the speakers and honor them, but I need to finish all that. I've been told there's a women energy group that's been working here and been working under the leadership of Theo and Tatu. I think they deserve a round of applause. Why don't you all stand up? Christopher, so that people may know you. Stand up, stand up, stand up. All these women in, there's me, there's Tepo, they are. They have organized the program, and just Priscilla and I would just come into a meeting and she'll give a bit of a steer. So, but I'm being told now there's 2 workshops coming that are going to deep dive, because this is not just a big conference. It's got workshops and a deep dive on certain of these topics. So just watch the space. And if you have not registered there, make sure you're registered so that you can be informed when the workshops are not going to be as big like that. It will be smaller workshops, I've been told. And then also, if you are interested in sponsoring, there was a time where sponsors were coming at late, and we said, no, we're fine now. And if you want to be a sponsor, Theo was here. See Theo. Andile. I can see Andile. Oh, Andile is not here. Oh, that's Theo. Theo, definitely, if you want to sponsor any of these activities there, they are here. Who's Upo Andile? Ipi win me. What's the upper room? Okay, Nangizo upper room la. The place is so full, so we've got people on overflow. And people online, we thank you also again. There's been a lot of people who are online. We didn't give them a chance to ask them questions, but send your questions. We'll get the... the reason I'm asking, talking about Andile is from a township called Windmill, which is next to Katlewang, where I was born. So I really would like leaders here, if you want to do any initiative and support the women who are really in the brunt, in the energy poverty, please support them. And our CEO and founder of Empower Works, which is partnering with us here, Mr. Simpio Masiza, is here. He's outside here. He's got his books out there. Please, you're welcome to buy them. And let me use this time to thank all our partners. What I'm really pleased about this time is that people who are partners are actually women organizations. WASA, Nogwanele, she's got running a WASA terminal. She's been in these sessions. If you're talking about the empowerment coming out of this process for all these years, she started small, focused. Now she's running a WASA terminals, and she's supported us. And those that are in fuel retailers, like the Kaya family, Fuel Retailers Association, Reggie Sibia, thank you, Reggie. We appreciate that. Mam Sal, Stalwart, Adam Shailin Zandlof. Lo Mama Lo has committed her life in empowering women, and in a way that is amazing. I visited her offices now, it's amazing. And then we've got EWCTA, which is, there you are. It's wonderful. We're working with them, and thank you for all the partnership. We also had at Wits Business School under the Energy Leadership Center, so we appreciate that. And then you see, I told you, where are the girls, Priscilla? Eh? Are they here? Roko Mamas, you know. So please, next time, you want to choose to go eat out, just go to Roko Mamas. They've supported us here, you know. They are very, very passionate young girls. Girls is Priscilla, daughters. They support it. You see, this is all gone. This is not nepotism, it's just family. And you're part of this family. And let's give them a round of applause. They have told me that every ULP event, they would like to come and contribute and give you some snacks to eat and all that. So, hey, come, you'll be well fed. All right, let me see. I also like to acknowledge young potential. When I see it, Priscilla, it's just There's a young lady here. Do you say the ages of women? You don't? Yeah? Yeah. Suguma Fiona Babon. Suguma Fiona Babon. Nah, Nambona. But she's running a company called Unit Drive, which is doing electric motors, which was devastated by the pandemic. And she's turning it around. When she talks, yar, nami too. But electric motors support it. When I see potential, I just like it. So, but in some years I want to go to mentorish, okay? Priscilla's too busy. Priscilla's too big. She needs a little bit of a younger age. Just go to Fiona and say, Fiona, come here, and give her a little bit of clap. Put her on a straight and narrow. All right, and I've been giving instructions. That's what I'm doing. All right, I'd like to thank the. Let me see. I've done that. Yeah, the ULP team behind this whole work. And empowerment, PowerWorks. Actually, it is here. They see this lady standing here under the leadership of Theo, Tsepo, Nono was even down with flu, but she was here. And who am I forgetting? Please, if I didn't mention you, and the whole audiovisual team that is here behind us, and is going to document this. So let's give them a big round of applause. And Topo, I think, no, you've got presidency. You must tell me now what we do. Well, you'll deal with that. Just in terms of my own reflections, last year, I just didn't want to play it today because I didn't want to embarrass Priscilla and Thabo. I got all the leaders of this industry, and I got them to commit that they will do everything in their power to ensure that women empowerment happens in this new energy. And I must say I'm very, very grateful that you are living to that commitment. And let's give them a round of applause. I will circulate that again so that it reminds you, so that when you are alone, Thabo, you know what you committed. When you make a promise, you must keep it, Baba. There's many others who did. And I really like people to make commitment. You see, that's my job that I do, is to get people to make commitments. Because when you make a commitment, you deliver. The reason why we're not implementing in this country is that we don't commit. So I want all of you to commit that you will play your role in your sphere of influence. It may be small, but you will ensure that the women in your family, some of it you just have to start in your family, is going to be empowered. Let's get commitment. That's all. You see? Try it, man. On that note, let me say, stay healthy, stay safe, and may good Lord bless you.
Thank you, Ntate Khadebe. I can stand now. We're at the end of the session. I have my driving shoes on. So just this is an intergenerational race. We've had the industry, and we have the industry patrons and the industry leaders in the room. If we think of it from the perspective of a relay race, right? I don't know how many of you watch athletics. We can't be looking at those who forge the path and wait for them to fumble the pass. We're supposed to start sprinting. And they're supposed to hand the baton to us. Yes. So that means we have to use these opportunities to understand, especially my generation, I won't say my age. Ours is to listen, understand where the opportunities are, occupy the spaces, and sprint. It means you guys at the end are just going to, just keep some energy for the end. Now just, you can't slow down. The idea is to sprint at the end, not to slow down, because we'll already be about 50 meters ahead of you. We'll leave with just a few hashtags. Capacitate those in your space. Hashtag, adversity brings excellence. Hashtag, voice to transactions and policies. Hashtag, have a strategic voice. Hashtag, recognize the moment and move boldly. Hashtag, get in on the ground floor. Hashtag, don't encumber your personal assets. You see, we've heard it straight from the parents, straight. Okay. Hashtag, crowdfund. Hashtag, trust your instinct. Hashtag, make your voice heard. Hashtag, take risks. And probably the biggest hashtag is leave no one behind. Thank you very much. I'm now going to ask for our participants to please come to the stage. We give you our thanks. We've got our gifts for you. Ntate Thulani Kabashe, can I also please have you, Ipeleng? Can I have you, Dr. Ngubevana? Priscilla and Maurice, please can you join me up here as well? You know, nothing's wrong with giving men flowers, by the way. Worst case scenario, they'll take them home to their wives. Yes. Who's this for? For you. Oh. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Well done.
Thank you, darling.
Oh, really, really amazing.
That was brilliant.
That was good.
I like the hashtag idea.
The hashtag.
Because it appeals to in fact, as that feature, you're probably using it.
It's just an additional one.
Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much.
This is yours.
How friendly.
What's with this?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I think someone must be in the middle here. There you go. Sis Priscilla. In between. There we go. Let's mix it up. Boy, girl. Thank you.
So proud of you. Well done, my girl. I love you. Keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Okay. We're done. 1, 2. So, hello. So I'm that guy that talks before the event and after the event. So just wanted to inform you in terms of announcements as you leave. We've got lots of food prepared for you. So 2 entrances. So if you leave out, there's an entrance on this side and there's an entrance on the other side so that we don't have a long queue. So you can come in this side or that side, and there's a lot of food, and then you can eat. And all our VIP and all our special guests, if you can make yourself back to the room that side, they've prepared some food for you. Thank you very much. See you next year. Women in